Kosciuszko's use of the theory of permanent revolution to analyze the French Revolution was probably due to the unions of two items published by Engels in 1884-5. On the occasion of the RST anniversary of Marx's death, Engels published in the Social-Democrat, Nr 11, March 13, 1884, the article Marx and the Neue Reinigungszeitung, 1848-49, where he declared that, like Marat in 1793, Marx and he did not want the Revolution of March 1848 declared complete, but lasting nicht für abgeschlossen, sondern in permanenz erklärt wissen. 5. This is the conventional English rendering of this passage, but it is misleading in that the word lasting omits the conceptual significance of in permanens. In 1885, Engels also republished the March 1850 address of the Central Committee of the Communist League. 6. We include Kosciuszko's essay here for the same reason that it was repeatedly published in Russia during the 1905 revolution. By recounting the fate of the sans-culottes, Kosciuszko's work served to caution Russian Social Democrats once more against compromising with the bourgeoisie, a conviction that he expressed all the more emphatically in November 1906 in his response to Plekhanov's query concerning the driving forces of the Russian Revolution. ******* The sans-culottes of the French Revolution. Below the mass of laborers and petty bourgeois lived a large and growing lumpen proletariat, which streamed to the cities, above all to Paris, in order to end honest or dishonest occupations. The beggars constituted VE% of the population. In 1777 there were an estimated 1,200,000. In Paris, they amounted to 1/6 of the population, or 120,000. A large section of this lumpen proletariat was not yet completely corrupted and was still able to experience a moral upsurge as soon as a glimmer of hope appeared. They enthusiastically joined the revolutionary movement that promised to end their sufferings. As heterogeneous as this assemblage was, it was to a certain extent united. It was really a revolutionary mass. Their common bond was an intense hatred not only of the privileged, the guild masters, the priests, the aristocrats, but also of the bourgeoisie, which partly exploited them as tax collectors, grain speculators, usurers, entrepreneurs, etc., and partly faced them as competitors, and in all cases always wronged them. But, despite that hatred and the intensity with which it was sometimes expressed, these revolutionary elements were not socialists. The proletariat, as a class conscious of its own separate interests, did not yet exist before the revolution. It still lived totally within the circle of ideas of the petty bourgeoisie, whose goals and demands did not go beyond the boundaries of commodity production. It would be totally false to identify those elements with the modern wage workers of large-scale industry and to assume that they had the same political orientation. This would mean forming an entirely false conception not only about the sans-culottes, 7 as they were called, but also about the revolution, on whose character they exerted such a powerful influence. The bourgeoisie did not constitute in any sense a homogeneous revolutionary mass. Some fractions were directly interested, due to momentary advantages, in the preservation of the privileged estates. Others regarded the revolution with mistrust and aloofness, while others, who sympathized with it, lacked courage and force. The revolutionary section of the bourgeoisie alone could not have withstood the blows of its adversaries, above all the court, which could count unconditionally on a part of the army, on the French regiments recruited from the reactionary provinces, and on the regiments from Switzerland and Germany, and which, moreover, had allies abroad and incited the civil war at home. In order to resist the counter-revolution, people other than the bourgeoisie were necessary, people who had nothing to lose from a social storm, who did not have to defer to a rich clientele, and who could contribute to the struggle the force of their arms. Above all, great masses were necessary. Among the peasants, the petty bourgeois and the proletarians, the revolutionary fraction of the bourgeoisie found the support without which it would have been defeated. The centers of the revolution were the neighborhoods of Paris, immediately close to the seat of government, where the policy of the privileged estates themselves had concentrated the most energetic and determined elements of the country, the people who had nothing to lose and everything to win. It was they who protected the National Assembly from the attacks of the court. It was they who on July 14, 1789, by storming the Bastille, whose cannons threatened the revolutionary neighborhood of Saint-Antoine, nipped in the bud a counter-revolutionary attempt by the court and gave the signal for the general revolt of the peasants. It was also they who, by capturing the king and bringing him to Paris under their guard, 5 to 6 October 1789, prevented the second attempt by the court to crush the revolution with the help of a loyal part of the army. But soon the sans-culottes, after having been allies of the bourgeoisie, became its masters. Their authority, their power, their maturity, their self-assurance grew with every blow directed against the revolution, which only their opportune and vigorous intervention was able to ward off. The more dangerous the situation became for the revolution, the more indispensable became the revolutionary neighborhoods and the more exclusive their domination. The revolution reached its zenith when the coalition of European monarchies marched on France while counter-revolutionary uprisings broke out simultaneously in several provinces and the army leaders sometimes conspired with the enemy. The revolution was then saved neither by the Legislative Assembly nor by the Convention, but by the sans-culottes. They seized control of the Jacobin Club, an organization whose center was Paris with branches all over France. They seized control of the Paris Commune, gaining absolute mastery over the huge instruments of power of that city. And, through the Jacobin Club and the Commune, and, where that was not enough, by insurrection, they dominated the convention, the government, and the entire country. In the midst of the war, in a desperate situation, surrounded by perils from all sides, threatened with extermination, they applied the most pitiless martial law, employing the most extreme means to avert the danger and drowning in the blood of the suspects not only every resistance and every betrayal, but also any possibility of resistance and betrayal. But terrorism was more than a weapon of war to unnerve and intimidate the stealthy internal enemy. It also served to inspire confidence in the defenders of the revolution to continue their struggle against external enemies. The war enabled the sans-culottes to seize power. But they wanted to wage war in order to create a state and a society according to their wishes. Feudal exploitation had been defeated, but not capitalist exploitation, which had already developed under the regime of the privileged. And it was precisely the removal of the feudal barriers that had paved the way for the capitalist mode of production, for capitalist exploitation, to develop quickly. To suppress or at least to check the different kinds of capitalist exploitation, particularly in commerce, speculation, and usury, soon seemed to the sans-culottes as important as getting those who wanted to restore feudal exploitation. But to do away with the foundations of capitalism was then impossible, because the conditions for the transition to a new, superior mode of production did not yet exist. As a result, the sans-culottes found themselves in a hopeless situation. The circumstances had placed political power in their hands but also denied them the possibility of creating lasting institutions to serve their own interests. With the instruments of power of the whole of France at their disposal, they could not, and could only irresolutely even attempt to, put an end to the misery produced by rapidly developing capitalism and multiplied by the war. They had to GHT against it by violently interfering in economic life, through requisitions, by seeing maximum prices for the necessities of life, by sending to the guillotine the exploiters, the speculators, the stock market gamblers, the corn usurers and the fraudulent government contractors, but without getting any closer to their goals. Capitalist exploitation was like a hydra, the more heads were stricken off, the more they grew again. In order to combat it, the sans-culottes had to adopt ever more extreme measures. They had to declare the revolution in permanence and intensify all the more the terrorism that the war conditions had rendered necessary, the more their struggle against capitalist exploitation placed them in opposition to the needs of the mode of production and to the interests of other classes. But when victories of the French armies over the internal and external enemies consolidated the situation of the Republic, the terror ceased to be a necessity for preserving the revolution. It became more and more intolerable as an obstacle to economic prosperity. The adversaries of the sans-culottes grew quickly, while the sans-culottes themselves, already decimated by their perpetual internal struggles, just as quickly lost their strength through desertions and demoralization. Their fall, which began with the overthrow of Robespierre, on 9 Thermidor, or July 27, 1794, has been called the shipwreck of the Revolution. As if an historical event, a fact resulting from circumstances, could be shipwrecked. An enterprise projected by individuals, a putsch or an uprising, can fail, but not a development culminating in a revolution. A revolution that fails is not a revolution. A ship can be wrecked in a storm, and parties can be shipwrecked in a revolution, but the revolution should not be identi-ed with those parties, and the aims of the two should not be confused. The Jacobins and the neighborhoods of Paris failed because the circumstances did not allow a petty bourgeois or proletarian revolution, and because their policy was incompatible with a capitalist revolution. However, their work was not in vain. They saved the bourgeois revolution and destroyed the feudal regime in a way never before witnessed anywhere else. They prepared the terrain on which, in the period of just a few years under the Directory and during the Napoleonic era, a new form of production and a new society sprung up with marvelous rapidity. It is a colossal irony that the bitterest enemies of the capitalists involuntarily accomplished for them what they were unable to accomplish by themselves. But the struggle of the revolutionary petty bourgeois and proletarians of France, especially of Paris, even if it eventually ended in defeat, was not fruitless for them either. The enormous force that they unleashed, the gigantic historical role they played, gave them a self-confidence and a degree of political maturity that they never lost and that still live on today. Chapter 21 The Role of the Bourgeoisie and the Proletariat in the Russian Revolution, Speech to the 5th, London, Congress of the Russian Social Democratic Labour Party, May 25, 1907, Rosa Luxemburg. The 5th Congress of the RSDLP met in London from 13 to 27 May, 1907. The most contentious issues concerned the role of social democratic representatives in the Duma and the related question of attitudes towards the bourgeois parties. Rosa Luxemburg's contributions came in greetings she conveyed from the German party and in her subsequent formal report, which is translated here. One Leon Trotsky also attended the Congress and in a brief 15-minute address denounced the Menshevik view that the cadets are the symbol of bourgeois democracy, and bourgeois democracy is the natural claimant to revolutionary power too. On all points of principle Trotsky agreed with Luxemburg. I am pleased to say that the point of view presented here by Comrade Luxemburg on behalf of the Polish delegation is very close to the one that I have defended and continue to defend. Any possible differences between us are more a matter of individual nuances than of political direction. Our thinking moves on one and the same track of materialistic analysis. 3. Prior to the Congress, 3 draft resolutions had been submitted concerning social democracy's relation to the bourgeois parties, one from the Bolsheviks, another from the Mensheviks, and a third from Luxemburg and the Polish delegates. The Bolshevik draft was written by Lenin and denounced the class character of non-proletarian parties, beginning with the Black Hundreds of feudal-minded landowners and ending with the Narodnik or Trudovik parties, who came more or less close to expressing the interests and the viewpoint of the broad masses of the peasantry and urban petty bourgeoisie. For while the proletariat must lead the bourgeois democratic revolution, Lenin urged every effort to free the peasant parties from liberal instances in order that they might enter into joint action with social democrats, 5 culminating in a revolutionary democratic dictatorship of the proletariat and the peasantry. Lenin thought the aims of the revolution that is now taking place in Russia do not exceed the bounds of bourgeois society, and this should be absolutely beyond doubt to any Marxist. The revolutionary democratic dictatorship would consummate the bourgeois revolution by expropriating the large landed estates, nationalizing the land, abolishing ground rent as an obstacle to capital accumulation and allowing for agricultural development in the American way of small-scale private holdings rather than Junker-type, capitalist farms. 6. The struggle for land was forcing enormous masses of the peasantry into the democratic revolution and would inevitably throw up peasant parties to represent them. The Trudoviks were not fully consistent Democrats, but when they and the socialist revolutionaries vacillated between liberals and the proletariat, the proper tactic for social democrats was to expose and castigate their petty bourgeois inconsistency and to demonstrate that only the Workers' Party is the genuinely reliable and thoroughly faithful defender of the interests of the entire peasant masses, who are acting against feudal exploitation. The draft submitted by the Mensheviks, signed by Axelrod, Martynov, Dan, and Kostrov, also identified the proletariat as the main motive force of the revolution, but it specified that the goal was neither socialism nor a revolutionary dictatorship, only a democratic republic as the best condition of struggle. To the Mensheviks, a democratic republic meant a parliamentary republic with liberals as the principal beneficiaries. Anticipating that the struggle would be prolonged, the Menshevik authors spoke of supporting oppositional and revolutionary steps by other parties, but it was clearly the liberals they had in mind. Since Russia's particular historical circumstances were impeding development of a bourgeois democratic movement, they cautioned against the ruinous consequences of agrarian utopias and the super-chale revolutionism of the Narodniks and instead urged ad hoc agreements with liberal and democratic parties. 7. The third draft, submitted by the Poles and later withdrawn in favor of Lenin's, declared that bourgeois liberalism was clearly counter-revolutionary and that social democracy must never sacrifice its own tasks with the goal of creating united oppositional actions with any other political parties whatever. However, this draft, like Lenin's, did countenance short-term tactical cooperation with Trudoviks, Narodniks and socialist revolutionaries to realize the democratic tasks of the liberation movement before pressing on in the direction of socialist tasks. In her speech conveying greetings from Germany, Luxemburg began by congratulating the Russians, saying their efforts had inspired a great awakening of spirit in social democratic ranks. 8. German workers were seeing their gaze on the struggle of their Russian brothers as the vanguard of the international working class. 9. She dismissed any hope for revolutionary liberalism and pointed out that, even in Germany, liberals were betraying bourgeois democracy, in part out of fears issuing from events in Russia. The Russian Revolution was one of the factors that united and rallied all layers of bourgeois society in the January 1907 elections, the so-called Hottentot elections, when a wave of imperialist chauvinism resulted in the SPD losing nearly half of its seats in the Reichstag. 10. In both countries, the liberals had become allies of reaction. Bourgeois liberalism and democracy definitively and irrevocably took their stand on the side of reaction in the struggle against the revolutionary proletariat. It is precisely the treason of liberalism, above all, which delivered us directly into the hands of the Junker reaction in the last elections. And, although presently the liberals in the Reichstag increased their representation, they nevertheless are nothing but the liberal cover-up for the pathetic toadies of reaction. 11. German experience demonstrated that, even in advanced capitalist countries, bourgeois freedoms are not seriously guaranteed and are subject to constant attack. 12. Whereas Mensheviks believed Russia's special circumstances warranted compromises and collaboration with liberalism in order to overthrow the autocracy, Luxemburg came to exactly the opposite conclusion. Russia may be special, but only in the sense that here Marxism had to be applied not in a period of quiet parliamentary life but for the RST time in a stormy revolutionary period. The only experience that scientific socialism had previously in practical politics during a revolutionary period was the activity of Marx himself in the 1848 revolution. The course of the 1848 revolution, however, cannot be a model for the present revolution in Russia. From it we can only learn how not to act in a revolution. 13. In 1848, Marx had taken a position on the extreme left of bourgeois democracy such as the Mensheviks were now contemplating. The difference was that Marx supported liberalism with whips and kicks and considered it an inexcusable mistake that the proletariat allowed, after its RST short-lived victory of March 18, the formation of a responsible bourgeois ministry of Kampfausen-Hansemen. Marx understood the impotence of the Frankfurt National Assembly, the German counterpart of the Russian Duma, and by late 1849 he abandoned the position of extreme bourgeois democracy in favor of pure class struggle politics. The conclusion was obvious: Russian comrades had to begin not where Marx began, but where Marx ended in 1849, with a clearly expressed, independent proletarian class policy. 14 In her subsequent report on attitudes towards the bourgeois parties, Luxemburg again criticized the Mensheviks, Plekhanov in particular, for harboring fantasies concerning the liberals' commitment to revolution. Revolutionary liberalism was an invention and a phantom, nothing more. To postpone the proletarian class struggle until stable parliamentary institutions were in place would mean postponing it indefinitely. At the same time, though, she also criticized the Bolsheviks for overestimating the so-called armed uprising. Conspiratorial speculation and crude revolutionary adventurism were the political counterparts of Menshevik vacillation and no substitute for mass action. Bolshevik rigidity was the form taken by social democratic tactics on the one side, when the other side represents the formlessness of jelly that creeps in every direction under the pressure of events. On the question of the peasantry, Luxemburg disputed both Menshevik and Bolshevik positions. Contrary to the Mensheviks, she believed the peasants were playing an objectively revolutionary role by demanding a settlement of the land question that was ultimately inconceivable without a socialist revolution. Like Trotsky, however, she also doubted Lenin's belief that the peasants could produce a political party capable of joint action with social democracy in some sort of left bloc. The peasants could mount a jacquerie, but peasant movements are completely unable to play any independent role and are subordinated in every historical context to the leadership of other classes that are more energetic and more clearly dened. If liberals were treacherous and peasants were incapable of independent organization, it followed that the only trustworthy allies of Russian workers were workers in other countries. The NAL outcome of the revolution depended upon the international context. While Trotsky had claimed in Results and Prospects that victory in Russia would inevitably spread through Poland and Austria to Germany, 15 Luxemburg was more circumspect. Russian workers must strive to win political power in order to realize the tasks of the present revolution. But should they succeed on their own, they would quite likely also end themselves in situations that are extremely complex and rife with difficulties, including the prospect of a major temporary defeat. In Results and Prospects, Trotsky had warned that left to its own resources, the working class of Russia will inevitably be crushed by the counter-revolution the moment the peasantry turns its back on it. 16 Luxemburg shared Trotsky's apprehension. She added, however, that temporary defeats are inevitable historical steps that are leading to the NAL victory of socialism. In view of her own fate 12 years later at the hands of German reactionaries, there was prophetic irony in her conclusion: while there could never be any guarantee of victory, it is a poor leader and a pitiful army that goes into battle only when it knows in advance that victory is in its pocket. ****** The role of the bourgeoisie and the proletariat in the Russian Revolution. I and the representatives of the Polish delegation are interested in the present question not from the viewpoint of internecine fractional struggle but from that of the principles of international proletarian tactics. The position of the right wing of our party with regard to the bourgeois parties is a perfectly consistent construction based upon a certain view of the historical role of the bourgeoisie and the proletariat in our revolution. Underlying this view is a certain scheme that is precisely and clearly formulated by one of the deeply respected veterans and most profound theoreticians of Russian social democracy. In his letters on tactics and tactlessness, Comrade Plekhanov says, "The creators of the Communist Manifesto wrote 58 years ago, the bourgeoisie, historically, has played a most revolutionary part. The bourgeoisie cannot exist without constantly revolutionizing the instruments of production and their organization together with all social relations." And, further, concerning the political mission of the bourgeoisie. The bourgeoisie NDS itself involved in a constant battle with the aristocracy, and later with those strata of its own class whose interests contradict the development of large-scale industry. In each of these cases the bourgeoisie is compelled to appeal to the proletariat, to ask for its help, and thus to drag it into the political arena. The bourgeoisie therefore supplies the proletariat with its own political education, in other words, it furnishes it with weapons for fighting the bourgeoisie itself. 17. In the opinion of one wing of our party, it is this view of the bourgeoisie that must determine the entire tactics of the Russian proletariat in the current revolution. The bourgeoisie is a revolutionary class that is attracting the popular masses into the struggle against the old order. The bourgeoisie is the natural vanguard and tutor of the proletariat. In present-day Russia, therefore, only malicious reactionaries or hopeless Don Quixotes could hinder the bourgeoisie in achieving political power, meaning that attacks on Russian liberalism must be put aside until the cadets are in power, that we must not put a spoke in the wheel of the bourgeois revolution, that any tactic of the proletariat that might weaken or frighten the liberals is supremely tactless, and that every attempt to isolate the proletariat from the liberal bourgeoisie renders a direct service to reaction. This is certainly a complete and coherent set of views, but it also urgently requires examination with regard both to historical facts and to the fundamentals of proletarian tactics. 58 years ago Marx and Engels wrote in the Communist Manifesto. Unfortunately, I am not familiar with all the works of our respected theoretician and creator of Russian Marxism, but I am not aware of a single one of his writings in which he fails to impress upon Russian social democrats the fact that only metaphysicians speak in terms of the formula that yea is yea, nay is nay, whatsoever is more than these cometh of evil. 18. The dialectical thinking that characterizes historical materialism requires that one assess phenomena not in a frozen state but in their movement. A reference to the way Marx and Engels characterized the role of the bourgeoisie 8 years ago, when applied to present-day reality, is a startling example of metaphysical thinking and amounts to converting the living, historical views of the creators of the manifesto into frozen dogma. One has merely to look at the features and relations of political parties, especially at the condition of liberalism in Germany, France, Italy, and England, in the whole of Western Europe, in order to understand that the bourgeoisie has long ago ceased to play the political revolutionary role that it once did. Today, its universal turn to reaction and a policy of tariff protection, its worship of militarism and its bargain everywhere with agrarian conservatives, all show that the 8 years that have passed since the Communist Manifesto have had important consequences. And doesn't the brief history of our own Russian liberalism likewise show just how inapplicable is a scheme taken from the words of the manifesto? Let us recall what Russian liberalism was just 20 years ago. At that time, it was doubtful whether there even existed in Russia this tutor of the proletariat that must not be hindered in achieving power. Up to 1900, Russian liberalism endured and passively suffered every oppression by absolutism and every manifestation of despotism. It was only after the Russian proletariat, educated through long years of effort by social democracy and shaken by the Japanese War, entered the public arena through the grandiose strikes in the south of Russia and through mass demonstrations, that Russian liberalism also decided to take its timid step. Thus began the notorious saga of Zemstvo congresses, professorial petitions and lawyers' banquets. Intoxicated by its own eloquence and by a freedom it had not expected, Russian liberalism was ready to believe in its own strength. But how did this saga end? We all remember that remarkable moment when, in December 1904, the liberal spring suddenly came to a halt and absolutism, having recovered, at once and unceremoniously shut liberalism's mouth by simply ordering it to be silent. We all saw how liberalism, with a single kick and a crack of the whip by absolutism, instantly tumbled from the heights of its imaginary might into the abyss of desperate impotence. Liberalism had precisely no response whatever to a blow from a Cossack's whip, it shriveled up, kept silent, and saw with its own eyes its total insignificance. And the liberation movement in Russia then hesitated for several weeks until the 9 January brought the St. Petersburg proletariat into the street and demonstrated just who is called upon in the present revolution to be the vanguard and tutor. In place of the corpse of bourgeois liberalism there appeared a living force. Applause. Russian liberalism raised its head for a second time when the pressure of the popular masses compelled absolutism to create the Rst Duma. Once again, the liberals thought they were in the saddle, and once again they believed that they were the chieftains of the emancipation movement, that lawyers' speeches could accomplish something, and that they were a real force. Then came the dispersal of the Duma, and, for a second time, liberalism flew headlong into the abyss of impotence and insignificance. The sole response that they were capable of mounting on their own to the attack by reaction was the notorious Viborg Proclamation, 19, that classic document of passive resistance, the same passive resistance that Marx wrote about in 1848 in the Neue Rheinische when he said it amounted to the opposition of a calf to the butcher who wants to slaughter it. 20 applause. At this point, liberalism completely abandoned any illusion of its own strength and its leading role in the present revolution. To be precise, in the RST Duma it overcame the illusion that it could bring down the walls of the absolutist Jericho with the trumpets of eloquent speech-making by lawyers and parliamentarians, and, when the Duma was dispersed, it overcame the illusion that the proletariat is summoned merely to play the role of frightening absolutism, that it could be kept off stage by the liberals until needed and then called out by the wave of a kerchief in order to frighten absolutism and strengthen the liberals' own position. The liberals had to be convinced that the Russian proletariat is not a mannequin in their hands, that it has no wish to be cannon fodder, to be on hand always to serve the bourgeoisie, that it is, on the contrary, a force that follows its own line in this revolution and that in its actions it obeys laws and a logic of its own in a way that is independent of the liberal movement. Since then, the liberals have moved decisively in reverse, and now we are witnessing their shameful retreat in the Second Duma, in the Duma of Golovin 21 and Struve, the Duma that is voting for a budget and conscription, for the bayonets with which the Duma will tomorrow be dispersed. That is how this bourgeoisie looks, this bourgeoisie that we are urged to regard as a revolutionary class, that we must not hinder from achieving power, and that is called upon to educate the proletariat. It turns out that a rigid scheme is completely inapplicable to present-day Russia. It turns out that revolutionary liberalism, which is supposed to be struggling for power, to which we are to adapt the policy of the proletariat, and for whose vanity we are readily to curtail the demands of the proletariat, this revolutionary Russian liberalism does not exist in reality, only in the imagination. It is an invention and a phantom. Applause. And this policy, which is erected on the basis of a lifeless scheme and imagined relations, and which takes no account of the special tasks of the proletariat in this revolution, calls itself revolutionary realism. 22. Let us look at how this realism ts with proletarian tactics in general. In terms of its battle tactics, the Russian proletariat is being urged to avoid prematurely undermining the forces of liberalism and isolating itself. But if this is what is called a tactless tactic, then I am afraid that the whole activity and the entire history of German social democracy must be seen as one of continuous tactlessness. From the time of Lassalle's agitation against the progressives 23 right up to the present moment, the entire growth of social democracy has occurred at the expense of the growth and strength of liberalism, and every step forward by the German proletariat has undermined the foundations on which liberalism stands. Exactly the same phenomenon accompanies the class movement of the proletariat in all countries. The Paris Commune, which so thoroughly isolated the French proletariat and fatally frightened the liberal bourgeoisie of all countries, must be a case of tactlessness. No less tactless would be the action of the French proletariat during the famous June days, 24, when it narrowly isolated itself as a class from bourgeois society. In that case, the open action of the proletariat in the Great French Revolution was even more tactless. In the midst of the RST revolutionary movement of the bourgeoisie, the proletariat's extreme behavior frightened the bourgeoisie and drove it into the arms of reaction, thereby preparing the epoch of the Directorate and the liquidation of the Great Revolution itself. And now, we would surely have to consider the greatest tactlessness to be the historical birth of the proletariat, when it RST appeared in the light of day as an independent class. Applause, for that was what initiated both its isolated position in relation to the bourgeoisie and also the gradual decline of bourgeois liberalism. But doesn't the very history of revolutionary development here in Russia demonstrate how it is essentially inconceivable for the proletariat to avoid Those kinds of tactlessness with which people frighten us lest we become unwilling accomplices in the cause of reaction? The very RST action of the Russian proletariat, which formally inaugurated the epoch of our revolution, I mean January 9, 1905, at once clearly isolated proletarian from liberal tactics and detached the revolutionary struggle in the streets from the liberal campaign of banquets and Zemstvo congresses, which stalled in a blind alley. Every ensuing step, every demand of the proletariat in the present revolution, is continuing to isolate it. The strike movement isolates it from the industrial bourgeoisie, the demand for an 8-hour working day isolates it from the petty bourgeoisie, the demand for a republic and a constituent assembly isolates it from all shades of liberalism, and Nally, the ultimate goal, socialism, isolates it from the whole world. This means that there are no boundary lines here and none can be drawn. If the proletariat were guided by fear of undermining or isolating itself from liberalism, it would have to renounce completely every aspect of its own struggle, its own proletarian policy, its entire history in the West and, above all, the whole of the current revolution in Russia. The point is that what are seen as special conditions and tasks during a special stage in the history of the proletariat, its position with regard to liberalism in the conditions of struggle against the old autocratic power, are in reality the same conditions that accompany the historical development of the proletariat from beginning to end. They are fundamental conditions of proletarian struggle resulting from the simple fact that the proletariat appears on the historical scene together with the bourgeoisie, grows at its expense, and, gradually emancipating itself from the bourgeoisie in the same process, moves toward Nally victory over it. Least of all is it possible for the proletariat to alter this tactic at the present time in Russia. In previous revolutions, class antagonisms appeared only in the course of actual revolutionary clashes. The current Russian revolution is the RST to start with the fully matured and conscious class contradictions of capitalist society, and the tactics of the Russian proletariat cannot artificially conceal this fact. Directly linked with these fundamental views concerning the relation to bourgeois liberalism is the view of conditions and forms of class struggle in general and the importance of parliamentarism in particular. Another of the respected veterans of Russian social democracy presented this aspect of the question in a speech to the Stockholm Congress of the party that was, in the role of the bourgeoisie and the proletariat in the Russian Revolution 555. A sense, classical. 25 The red thread running throughout this speech was the following: let us at least achieve a proper bourgeois system, with some kind of a constitution, a parliament, elections, and so on, and then we will be able to wage the class struggle as it ought to be done, then we will take our stand on RM ground in terms of the social democratic tactics that have emerged from long years of experience in the German party. But, so long as there is no parliament, even the most elementary conditions for class struggle do not exist. And this same respected theoretician of Russian Marxism then painstakingly searched through present-day Russian reality for even the slightest hint 26 of class struggle. Hints were a favorite expression in this speech, perceiving them even in the most caricatured hints of parliamentarism and a constitution. This must surely bring to mind the words of Schiller. Ein Mensch, der raisoniert ist wie ein Tier auf der Heide. Im Kreis herumgefahreit. Und ringsumher liegt schon, grün wide. 27 A man who ruminates literally, argues, is like a beast in an arid heath that is being led around in circles, while all around there are beautiful green pastures. It seems to these philosophers that no arena exists for the class struggle and that social democracy, in the meantime, has neither initiative nor strength and is unable to comprehend the opportunities and broad perspectives provided by history. At the height of a genuine revolution in Russia, there is no possibility of waging the class struggle, only insignificant hints. All of the proletariat's political demands, and even a republic, the speaker notes, are not, strictly speaking, expressions of class struggle, for there is nothing in them that is specifically proletarian. Indeed, in that case, if we look again for evidence in the international workers' movement, we in Germany have not been waging our own class struggle right up to the present time because, as everyone knows, the entire day-to-day political struggle of German social democracy is focused on demands of the so-called minimum program, which comprises almost exclusively democratic slogans such as universal suffrage, unrestricted freedom for unions and so forth. And we are defending these demands against the entire bourgeoisie. But even the most formally proletarian demands, such as labor legislation, are not at all specifically socialist because they only formulate the demands of a progressive capitalist society. Therefore, an analysis that does not recognize the character of class struggle in the political slogans of the proletariat in our present revolution is not so much a model of Marxist thinking as a spiritual condition that is commonly characterized by saying, "He has reached his wit's end." Actually, one would have to be stubbornly prejudiced in favor of an exclusively parliamentary form of political struggle in order not to see the grandiose scale of class struggle in Russia at the present moment. One would have to be groping and stumbling, searching for feeble hints of class struggle, in order not to understand that all the political slogans of the current revolution, precisely because the bourgeoisie has repudiated or is repudiating them, are thereby manifestations of the class struggle of the proletariat. Least of all should Russian social democracy underestimate these circumstances itself. It is enough for it to look at itself and its own most recent history in order to understand what colossal educational significance attaches to the class struggle at the present moment, even prior to any parliamentarism. It is enough just to recall what Russian social democracy was before 1905, before January 9, compared with what it is today. The half-year of the revolutionary and strike movement that followed January 1905 transformed it from a tiny group of revolutionaries, from a weak sect, into an enormous mass party, and the misfortune for social democracy lies not in the difficulty of ending hints of class struggle but, on the contrary, in the difficulty of seizing and making use of the immense field of activity that has been opened up for it by the gigantic class struggle of the revolution. To look for salvation in the midst of this struggle, like a drowning man grasping at straws, in even the slightest hints of parliamentarism, regarded as the sole guarantee of class struggle, which will only come at some future time, after the liberals' victory, means an inability to understand that revolution is the creative period when society breaks apart into classes. All in all, the scheme into which they want to tee the class struggle of the Russian proletariat is a crude one that has never occurred in Western Europe. It is nothing but a crude copy of the immense diversity of reality. The truth is that real Marxism is as far from this one-sided exaggeration of parliamentarism as it is from a mechanical view of revolution and overestimation of the so-called armed uprising. This is where I and my Polish comrades disagree with the views of our Bolshevik comrades. At the very outset of the revolution, even when this question was not yet generally topical among Russian comrades, we in Poland had to take into consideration attempts to give the revolutionary tactics of our proletariat the character of conspiratorial speculation and crude revolutionary adventurism. From the very beginning we declared, and it seems to me that we succeeded in fundamentally reinforcing our views in the ranks of the conscious Polish proletariat, that we consider any plan to arm the broad popular masses through underground means to be a purely utopian undertaking, and we think the same of any plan to prepare and organize, in some premeditated way, a so-called armed uprising. We declared from the very beginning that the task of social democracy is not a technical one, but rather one involving political preparation of the mass struggle against absolutism. Of course, we think it necessary to clarify for the broad masses of the proletariat that their direct confrontation with the armed forces of reaction, a general popular uprising, is the sole outcome of the revolutionary struggle that can guarantee victory as the inevitable nail of its gradual development, although it is not within the capacity of social democracy to prescribe and prepare this outcome by technical means. Applause. Plekhanov, absolutely true. The comrades to my left are declaring that this is absolutely true. I'm afraid, however, that they will not agree with me in the following conclusions. To be precise, I think that if social democracy should avoid any mechanical view of the revolution, any view suggesting that it makes the revolution with bayonets and spices the outcome, then it must also redouble its effort and its determination to point out to the proletariat the broad political line of its tactics, which can be explained only when social democracy clarifies for the proletariat in advance the NAL outcome of this line, to strive to win political power in order to realize the tasks of the present revolution. And this is once again linked directly with a view of the mutual role of the liberal bourgeoisie and the proletariat in the revolutionary struggle. I see, however, that the time allotted for my report is passing, and I must break off in the middle of my exposition of views concerning the question of our relation to the bourgeois parties. For that reason, I will add just a few general remarks pro domo SUA 28 that clarify in general terms our position regarding the whole body of questions being debated at this Congress. The comrades who defend the views that I have just been analyzing are fond of frequently referring to the claim that they represent true Marxism within Russian social democracy, that they enunciate all of these positions and recommend this tactic to the Russian proletariat in the name of Marxism and in a Marxist spirit. From its very RST appearance, Polish social democracy has taken its stand on Marxist teachings, and in both its program and its tactics it considers itself to be following the founders of scientific socialism and especially German social democracy. For this reason, there is no doubt that references to Marxism are extremely important for us. But when we see Marxist teaching applied in these ways, when we see this kind of shakiness and vacillation in tactics, when we see this melancholy grieving over constitutional parliamentary conditions and the victory of liberalism, this desperate search for hints of the class struggle in the midst of the grandiose sweep of a revolution, this casting about from one side to the other in search of artificial ways to become immersed in the masses, such as workers' congresses, 29 this search for artificial slogans to unleash the revolution at a moment when it appears temporarily to be receding, together with an inability to take advantage and be decisive when it is once again in full swing, when we see all of this, then we are compelled to exclaim, what a forlorn mess you comrades have made of Marxist teaching, a teaching that is, indeed, distinguished by its exibility, but also by its deadly, sparkling blade of damask steel. You have turned this teaching, which represents the mighty beat of the proletariat's eagle wings, into the bothersome cackle of a hen that is searching for pearls of grain in the rubbish heap of bourgeois parliamentarism. Marxism, you see, has within it two essential elements, the element of analysis and criticism, and the element of active will on the part of the working class, as the revolutionary factor. But he who personifies analysis and criticism alone represents not Marxism, only a miserable self-corrupting parody of this teaching. You comrades of the right wing complain at length about narrowness, intolerance, and a certain mechanistic disposition in the views of our comrades, the so-called Bolsheviks. Cries, among the Mensheviks. On that matter we agree with you completely. Applause. It is possible that Polish comrades, who are accustomed to thinking more or less in ways adopted by the West European movement, and this particular steadfastness even more startling than you do. But do you know, comrades, where all these disagreeable features come from? These features are very familiar to someone acquainted with internal party relations in other countries. They represent the typical spiritual character of that trend within socialism that has to defend the very principle of the proletariat's independent class policy against an opposing trend that is also very strong. Applause. Rigidity is the form taken by social democratic tactics on the one side, when the other side represents the formlessness of jelly that creeps in every direction under the pressure of events. Applause from the Bolsheviks and parts of the center. We in Germany can allow ourselves the luxury of being suaviter in modo, fortiter in re, gentle and tolerant in form, but rm and uninching in essential tactics. We can do this because the very principle of the proletariat's independent and revolutionary class policy is with us so rm and unshakable, and is supported by such an enormous majority of the party, that the presence and even the activity of a group of opportunists in our ranks represents no danger to us. On the contrary, freedom of discussion and diversity of opinion are necessary in view of how enormous the movement is. Unless I am mistaken, it was precisely certain chieftains of Russian Marxism who could not forgive us in the past for not being rigid enough because, for instance, We are not throwing Bernstein out of our party ranks. 30. But if we turn our gaze from Germany to the party in France, there we end completely different relations. At least that was the case just a few years ago. Wasn't the GUSDIST Party 31 distinguished in its day by its remarkably unique and rigid character? What was the cost, for instance, of our friend Guesde's declaration, which his opponents tried so much to use for their own ends, that in essence it makes no particular difference to the working class whether the Republican President Laubet 32 is head of state or Emperor Wilhelm II? Didn't the appearance of our French friends have certain typical attributes of sectarian straightforwardness and intolerance, which were naturally acquired during long years of defending the class independence of the French proletariat against diffuse and wide-open socialism of all varieties? Yet, despite this, we did not waver even for a moment at the time, and Comrade Plekhanov was with us then, nor did we doubt that the Guestists had essential truth on their side and that every effort must be made to support them against their opponents. Today we view the one-sidedness and narrowness of the left wing of Russian social democracy in exactly the same way, as a natural result of the history of the Russian party during recent years, and we are convinced that these attributes cannot be eliminated by any artificial means but will moderate of their own accord only after the principle of the proletariat's class independence and revolutionary policy becomes well established and Nally wins out in the ranks of Russian social democracy. For this reason, we are quite consciously endeavoring to guarantee the victory of this policy, not in its specie Bolshevik form, but rather in the form in which it is understood and implemented by Polish social democracy, the form that is most in line with the spirit of German social democracy and of true Marxism. Applause. Concluding remarks. I must respond RST of all to certain misunderstandings resulting from the accidental circumstance that lack of time compelled me to interrupt my report almost in the middle when discussing basic views concerning the relation of the proletariat to the bourgeois parties. Particularly beneficial to my critics was the fact that I did not get to elucidate in more detail the relation of the proletariat to petty bourgeois tendencies and especially to the peasantry. So many bold conclusions were drawn from this fact. I spoke only of the relation of the proletariat to the bourgeoisie, and this, according to Comrade Martov, 33 meant simply identifying the role of the proletariat and all other classes, apart from the bourgeoisie, in the present revolution. In other words, it implied the same left bloc, effacing the distinctiveness of the proletariat and subordinating it to the unions of the petty bourgeoisie, the same left bloc that the Bolshevik comrades are defending. In the opinion of the rapporteur from the Bund, 34, the fact that I dealt exclusively with the policy of the proletariat in relation to the bourgeoisie clearly showed exactly the opposite to be the case, that is, that I completely denied any role on the part of the peasantry and the left bloc, thereby placing myself in direct opposition to the position of the Bolshevik comrades. Finally, another speaker from the Bund was even more merciless in his conclusions, declaring that to speak of the proletariat as the sole revolutionary class reeks directly of anarchism. As you see, the conclusions are rather divergent and concur only in one respect, and that is that they must all be equally fatal for me. Strictly speaking, I have to be rather surprised by my critics' agitation over the fact that I dealt primarily with the mutual relation between the proletariat and the bourgeoisie in the present revolution. After all, there is no doubt that precisely this relation, and precisely the determination, above all else, of the proletariat's position in relation to its social antipode, the bourgeoisie, is the essence of the question and the main axis of proletarian policy around which its relations to other classes and groups are already crystallizing, including the petty bourgeoisie, the peasantry, and others. And, when we come to the conclusion that the bourgeoisie in our revolution is not playing and cannot play the role of leader of the emancipation movement, and that by the very nature of its policy it is counter-revolutionary, when we correspondingly declare that the proletariat must regard itself not merely as a subordinate detachment of bourgeois liberalism but rather as the revolutionary movement's vanguard, determining its policy independently of other classes and pursuing it exclusively out of its own class tasks and interests, when we say that the proletariat is not the bourgeoisie's groom but is called upon to follow an independent policy, when we say all of this, it would seem also to imply clearly that the conscious proletariat must make use of any popular revolutionary movement and subordinate it to its own leadership and its own class policy. No one can doubt, especially with regard to the revolutionary peasantry, that we have not forgotten its existence and by no means ignore the question of the proletariat's relation to it. The directives to the Social Democratic Duma Group, proposed to this Congress a few days ago by the Polish comrades, including me, addressed this question perfectly clearly and precisely. 35 Here, I will take the opportunity to say just a few words that touch upon this question more closely. The relation of our party's right wing to the question of the peasantry is being determined, as in the case of the bourgeoisie, by a certain ready-made and pre-given scheme to which real relations are being subordinated. For us Marxists, says Comrade Plekhanov, the laboring peasantry, as it exists in the current commodity capitalist circumstances, represents nothing more than one of a variety of types of small, independent commodity producers, and we justifiably include small and independent commodity producers among the petty bourgeoisie. From this it follows that the peasant, as a petty bourgeois, is one of society's reactionary elements, and anyone who considers him to be a revolutionary is idealizing him and subordinating the proletariat's policy to the unions of the petty bourgeoisie. This kind of argumentation is once again a classical example of notorious metaphysical thinking, according to formula that yea is yea, nay is nay, whatsoever is more than these cometh of evil. The peasantry is a reactionary class, and anything more cometh of evil. The bourgeoisie is a revolutionary class, and anything more cometh of evil. The characterization of the peasantry in bourgeois society, given in the quotation just cited, is true insofar as we are speaking of so-called normal and peaceful periods of that society's existence. But, even within these limits, it tends to be very narrow and one-sided. In Germany, increasingly numerous strata, not only of the agricultural proletariat but also of the small peasantry, are siding with social democracy and thereby demonstrating that talk of the peasantry being a single, compact, and homogeneous class of the reactionary petty bourgeoisie involves a certain degree of dry and lifeless schematics. And in this still undifferentiated mass of the Russian peasantry, which the current revolution has put in motion, there are important strata that are not just our temporary political allies but also our natural future comrades. To disavow subordinating them even now to our leadership and our unions would be precisely an act of sectarianism that is unforgivable on the part of the revolution's leading detachment. But, above all, it is certainly a sin against the historical dialectic to carry over mechanically a scheme of the peasantry, as a petty bourgeois reactionary class, to the role of that same peasantry in a revolutionary period. The role of the peasantry, and the proletariat's relation to it, is determined in exactly the same way as the role of the bourgeoisie, not by the subjective wishes and efforts of these classes but by their objective position. Despite all its spoken declarations and published liberal programs, the Russian bourgeoisie is an objectively reactionary class because its interests in the current social and historical circumstances demand the fastest possible liquidation of the revolutionary movement through a rotten compromise with absolutism. As for the peasantry, despite all the confusion and contradictoriness of its demands, and despite all the fog and ambiguity of its efforts, in the current revolution it is an objectively revolutionary factor because, by placing on the revolution's order of the day, in the most acute manner, the question of revolutionary land change, it thereby poses a question that cannot be solved within the limits of bourgeois society and points beyond that society by its very nature. It is highly possible that once the wave of revolution recedes, and once the land question eventually reaches one solution or another in the form of bourgeois private property, major strata of the Russian peasantry will become a clearly reactionary and petty bourgeois party like the Bavarian Bauernbund. 36 But, while the revolution continues, and until the land question is regulated, the peasantry is not merely a submerged political reef for absolutism but also a social sphinx for the entire Russian bourgeoisie, and, for that reason, it represents an independent revolutionary ferment and, through its interaction with the urban proletarian movement, it imparts to the revolution the expansive sweep characteristic of a spontaneous popular movement. This is also the source of the socialist utopian coloring of the peasant movement in Russia, which is by no means the consequence of artificial cultivation and demagogy on the part of the social revolutionaries, but rather has accompanied all major peasant uprisings in bourgeois society. It is enough to recall the peasant wars in Germany and the name of Thomas Munzer. 37 But precisely because they are utopian and incapable of fulfillment by their nature, peasant movements are completely unable to play any independent role and are subordinated in every historical context to the leadership of other classes that are more energetic and more clearly denuded. In France, the revolutionary bourgeoisie in the cities enthusiastically supported the peasant uprising, the so-called Jacquerie. If leadership of the peasant wars in medieval Germany fell into the hands of reactionary malcontents of the petty gentry rather than those of the foremost bourgeoisie, this was because the German bourgeoisie, due to Germany's historical backwardness, achieved the RST phase of its class emancipation only in the still distorted ideological form of religious reformation and, because of its weakness, was frightened by the peasant wars rather than welcoming them and thus rushed into the embrace of reaction, just as Russian liberalism is now frightened by the proletarian and peasant movement and is rushing into the embrace of reaction. It is clear that political leadership of the chaotic peasant movement in Russia today, and the exercise of influence over it, are the natural historical responsibility of the conscious proletariat. And if it were to refuse this role out of concern for the purity of its socialist program, then it would end itself once more at the level of a doctrinaire sect rather than rising to the height of being the natural historical leader, in the spirit of scientific socialism, of all the masses who are the deprived victims of the bourgeois system. Let us recall Marx when he said that the proletariat is summoned to GHT on behalf of all those who are deprived. But let us return to the question of relations to the bourgeoisie. Of course, I will not stop to give a serious reply to the complaints and criticisms coming from the members of the Bund. As it turns out, the entire wisdom of the Bund can be reduced to one extraordinarily simple position: begin with no RM and denied principles and adopt the best aspects of every available position. With this petty political wisdom, the comrades from the Bund want to determine relations with all the fractions within our party and with all the different classes in the Russian Revolution. In terms of internal party relations, this position properly leads not to the role of an independent political center but to a policy that counts in advance on the existence of two different fractions. Carried over to the wide ocean of the Russian Revolution, it leads to completely deplorable results. This policy, defended by the Bund's representatives, leads to the well-known classical slogan of the German opportunists, to a policy of von Fall zu Fall, from case to case or, if you will, from collapse to collapse. 38 Applause. This clearly displayed physiognomy of the Bund is important and interesting not so much in terms of revealing its own character as in the fact that by its alliance with and support of the Mensheviks at this Congress the Bund underscores the political tendency of the Menshevik comrades. Comrade Plekhanov reproached me for representing some kind of evanescent Marxism that reigns over the clouds. 39 Comrade Plekhanov is polite even when he has no intention to be, and in this case he has paid me a genuine compliment. In order to orient oneself to the hour of events, a Marxist must survey relations not by crawling among daily and hourly conjunctures, but from a certain theoretical height, and the tower from which the course of the Russian Revolution must be surveyed is the international development of bourgeois class society and its level of maturity. Comrade Plekhanov and his friends bitterly rebuked me on the grounds that I am describing such alluring and brilliant prospects for the present revolution as to imply that limitless victories await the Russian proletariat. This is completely untrue. My critics in this case are attributing a view to me that is completely foreign to my own, namely, that the proletariat can and should expand its battle tactics as widely and decisively as possible but only on condition that victories are guaranteed to it in advance. I believe, on the contrary, that it is a poor leader and a pitiful army that goes into battle only when it knows in advance that victory is in its pocket. To the contrary, I not only have no intention of promising the Russian proletariat a series of certain victories, but am more of the belief that if the working class, true to its historical duty, steadily expands its battle tactics and makes them all the more determined in line with the continuously developing contradictions and expanding perspectives of the revolution, then it might end itself in situations that are extremely complex and rife with difficulties. What is more, I even think that if the Russian working class rises completely to its task, that is, if through its actions it carries revolutionary developments to the most extreme limit permitted by the objective development of social relations, then what will almost inevitably await it at this limit will be a major temporary defeat. But I think that the Russian proletariat must have the courage and determination to confront everything that historical development has prepared for it, that it must, if necessary, and even at the price of losses, play in this revolution the role of vanguard in relation to the world army of the proletariat, revealing new contradictions, new tasks, and new ways of class struggle, the same role that the French proletariat played in the 19th century. I believe that in its tactics the Russian proletariat must be led overall not by calculations of defeat or victory but exclusively by its own class and historical tasks, remembering that defeats of the proletariat, resulting from the revolutionary scope of its class struggle, are only local and temporary manifestations of its worldwide movement forward, taken as a whole, and that these defeats are the inevitable historical steps leading to the NAL victory of socialism. Applause. Chapter 22 The Driving Forces of the Russian Revolution and Its Prospects, November 1906, Karl Koskai. In late 1906, Plekhanov addressed 3 questions to a number of foreign socialists. 1. What is the general character of the Russian Revolution, bourgeois or socialist? 2. What should be the attitude of Social Democrats towards the bourgeois Democrats? And 3. Should the Social Democratic Party support the opposition parties in the Duma elections? The responses have been summarized as follows. Plekhanov's questionnaire was answered by the Italians Turati and Ferri, the Frenchman Lafargue, Vaillant, and Millot, an associate of Jors, the Belgian Van der Velde and the British Marxist and editor of Justice, Quelch, in short, by a fairly representative selection of left and right within European socialism. Of course their answers were not identical, but more or less amounted to the same thing. They implied cautious support for the Menshevik point of view. Most Western socialists were modest and did not want to play the role of armchair critic. But they all thought that the Russian Revolution could not be a socialist one, and only at best a bourgeois revolution with socialist elements. They all considered the Duma boycott a mistake, and cooperation with the bourgeois opposition in any form was essential. There was, however, one important exception, and that was Koskai. 1. Karl Koskai's response to Plekhanov appeared in 4 separate Russian editions, one of them with a preface by Lenin III and another with a preface by Trotsky, for both of which are included here together with Koskai's article. In a review published in the Bolshevik journal Proletarii, Lenin described Koskai's essay as a brilliant vindication of the fundamental principles of Bolshevik tactics. He added, Koskai's analysis satisfies us completely. He has fully confirmed our contention that we are defending the position of revolutionary social democracy against opportunism, and not creating any peculiar Bolshevik trend. 5. Despite his differences with Lenin, Trotsky was no less enthusiastic. His commentary on Koskai's work expressed warm praise, and in August 1908 he wrote to Koskai that his response to Plekhanov's inquiry was the best theoretical statement of my own views, and gives me great political satisfaction. 6. The fact that Lenin and Trotsky could equally claim Koskai's support attests to Koskai's deliberate ambiguity. Since he was unable to read Russian and acquaint himself at first hand with the political life of the country, Koskai's primary concern was to make clear that a bloc of the workers with the cadets, representing bourgeois liberalism, was out of the question. Agrarian reform was at the heart of the democratic revolution, and the bourgeoisie was too closely linked with the landlords, and too frightened by the workers, to support confiscation of the landed estates without compensation. The urban petty bourgeoisie, in turn, was too weak to play the role it had assumed during the French Revolution. On these grounds, Koskai concluded that social democratic workers would be forced to seize power together with the peasants to carry out the democratic revolution. This edition of Koskai's reply to Plekhanov's questionnaire includes, for the RST time in English, a translation of Trotsky's passages from his 1907 book In Defense of the Party, where he repeatedly refers to Koskai's work as a vindication of his views on permanent revolution as developed in his results and prospects. This will, we hope, help to overcome the stereotypical and mistaken view of Koskai as an apostle of quietism and a reformist cloaked in revolutionary phraseology. This view, an overgeneralization drawn from Kotky's anti-Bolshevik polemics after 1917, was RST developed by the ultra-left philosopher Karl Korsch in his reply to Koskai's work Die materialistische Geschichtsauffassung, 1927, and became established in academic circles after the publication of Erich Matthias' book, Koskai and Koskaianism. 8. Koskai's main biographer, Marek Waldenberg, provides abundant material to refute this thesis, which was shared by neither Lenin nor Trotsky, both of whom always recommended the writings of Koskai's revolutionary period to communist workers. Unfortunately, Waldenberg's work is available only in Polish and Italian. 9. We will therefore refer here to one of the polemical brochures of Karl Radek, which was translated into English in an anthology edited by the late Trotskyist historian Al Richardson. In The Paths of the Russian Revolution, 1922, Radek described the renaissance of the theory of permanent revolution in 1902-7 as the work of an international Marxist tendency in which Koskai played a leading role and was actually to the left of the traditional positions of Bolshevism. After the 1917 revolution in Russia, Koskai himself wanted to create the impression, Radek noted, that he had been a Menshevik, so to speak, from birth. But, by means of a series of quotations from Koskai's early works, the ones included in this anthology, Radek showed that Koskai, under the influence of Rosa Luxemburg, was not only solidly with the Bolsheviks on the decisive question of the understanding of the role of the bourgeoisie in the Russian Revolution, but where he departed from the Bolsheviks he went even further than they did by estimating as possible the passing over of the Russian Revolution to a direct struggle for socialism. Radek further commented that Koskai's arguments of 1906 were the reaction of a tendency which had its representatives as the time of the RST revolution in Trotsky, Parvus and Rosa Luxemburg, a tendency which, as we have said, was outside both of the factions of Russian social democracy. The documents collected in this volume clearly prove this argument, though they also show that Radek should have added the names of David Ryazanov and Franz Mehring. The representatives of this tendency, Radek concluded, pointed out that even if the peasantry represented a great revolutionary force which the working class must by all means attempt to develop and on whom it had to rely, it was not capable of carrying out an independent policy because of its social atomization, its dispersion, and the low level of its development. Whereas Lenin and the Bolsheviks talked about the dictatorship of the proletariat and the peasantry, the above-mentioned Marxists laid down the formula of the dictatorship of the proletariat supported by the peasantry, that is, the formula adopted by Lenin in his 1917 April theses, which historically became the summary expression of the theory of permanent revolution. 10. Introduction to the Anthology in Defense of the Party, January 1, 1907, 11 Leon Trotsky. The last item is the translation of an article by Koskai, The Driving Forces of the Russian Revolution and Its Prospects. This article proved to be an unexpected blow for some comrades who contented themselves with cut and dried, utopian conceptions about the course of the Russian Revolution, conceptions that were a far cry from any serious analysis whatever of its real content. They dreamed about a bourgeois democratic, Jacobin, dictatorship that would be given the finishing touches here by the Union of Unions, there by the Cadets. Poor Union of Unions! Poor Cadets! Some friends told me, jokingly of course, that a very poetic legend was invented to weaken the effect that Koskai's article could have. Parvus, after eyeing from the district of Turukhinsk, Siberia, and on his way to the election campaign in the Rhine, is said to have begun his activity in Friedenau, Berlin, by confusing Koskai's clear thinking. The authors of the legend prove, by referring to the journal Nakalo, that Parvus is a dangerous emissary of the idea of permanent revolution. 12. That is of course just a witty joke. A completely unintelligent joke, on the other hand, is the attempt, dictated by spiritual laziness, to deny the competence of Koskai on questions of the Russian Revolution. It is especially remarkable that such an attempt was sometimes made by precisely those comrades who contented themselves with the general denition of our revolution as bourgeois, and who identified it as a matter of principle with the old bourgeois revolutions of Western Europe. That would imply that the European theoreticians of social democracy are unable to grasp the traditional bourgeois character of the Russian Revolution because it is too peculiar to be understood. We apologize to our readers for dedicating some lines to these inanities. Koskai's article is such an outstanding phenomenon that it must be regarded apart from such anecdotal trias. Koskai on the Russian Revolution, December 23, 1906, 13 Leon Trotsky. To many comrades Koskai's article will seem completely unexpected and incongruous, perhaps even as just some kind of passing notion. But this is not the first time he has expressed such thoughts. The difference is that now he has put them together in response to the inquiry from Plekhanov. In his work last year on the American proletariat, 14 Koskai already provided a brief but meaningful analysis of class relations in the Russian Revolution, which he now uses as the foundation for his present study. After providing a general outline of the social historical conditions that account on the one hand for the political insignificance of the Russian bourgeoisie, for the absence of any serious movement of bourgeois democracy and, on the other hand, for the might of the revolutionary proletariat, Koskai wrote the following. The struggle for the interests of the whole of Russia falls on the shoulders of the only strong modern class it possesses, the industrial proletariat. In this way, the Russian workers are able to exert a strong political influence, and the struggle for liberation of the land from the strangling octopus of absolutism has become a duel between the Tsar and the working class, a duel in which the peasants provide indispensable assistance but in which they can by no means play a leading role. 15. As for the prospect of world revolution in connection with the revolution in Russia, in 1904 Koskai wrote, "A revolution in Russia, which at the time was only anticipated, cannot establish a socialist regime at once. The economic conditions of the country are not sufficiently developed for that." 16. But the Russian Revolution must inevitably provide a powerful impulse to the proletarian movement in the rest of Europe, and the result of a rekindled struggle in Germany could be that the proletariat will come to power. Such an outcome, Koskai continued, would inevitably have a powerful effect upon the whole of Europe and bring with it the political supremacy of the European proletariat, thus creating for the East European proletariat the possibility of abbreviating the stages of its own development and, by imitating the German example, of artificially creating socialist institutions. A society cannot, as a whole, artificially leap over the different stages of its development, but this can be done by its particular elements, which are able to accelerate their own delayed development by imitating the leading countries, and thus they might even come to the forefront of developments because they are not carrying the ballast of tradition with which an old country must deal. This might happen, Koskai continues, but, as we have already said, here we leave the realm of inevitability and enter that of possibility, which means that everything could also turn out quite differently. 17. This was written prior to the outbreak of the Russian Revolution. Since then, almost 3 years have gone by. And no matter how cautiously Koskai spoke in the concluding part of the foregoing article, it is clear that in terms of international perspectives the course of events during these years has taken the direction that he characterized as an historical possibility. But that is not the essential point. Whether the Russian Revolution will directly evoke a social political upheaval in Europe, and just how this might re-ect back on the development and outcome of the Russian Revolution, these are questions that, however important, for now can be answered only provisionally. At present, the central issue concerns domestic relations and the further course of the Russian Revolution. And, as far as this question is concerned, Koskai's views could not be clearer. We must be extremely grateful to Comrade Plekhanov, whose inquiry prompted a careful and deeply thoughtful socialist to speak so categorically, we must be all the more grateful because the inquiry addressed to Koski was so ideologically impartial and because Plekhanov must have known, from all that Koski had previously written about the Russian Revolution, that the answer could scarcely provide any support for the current views of Plekhanov himself. 18 Koski, who very rarely speaks of dialectical materialism but always uses the method excellently in analyzing social relations, answered Comrade Plekhanov's RST question by refusing to call the Russian Revolution bourgeois. The epoch of the bourgeois revolution has passed, and this is also true for Russia. We have no bourgeois democratic movement that is independent and revolutionary. Nor will we have one, for the fundamental social economic precondition of such a movement is lacking, that is, a powerful urban middle stratum, a petty bourgeoisie with an historical past and also an historical future. The peasantry represents an enormous source of revolutionary energy, but it is unable to play an independent historical role. The proletariat will have to lead the peasantry and, to a certain degree, play the same role in relation to it that the petty bourgeoisie of the cities in past revolutions played in relation to the proletariat. The Russian bourgeoisie will surrender all its revolutionary positions to the proletariat. It will also have to surrender revolutionary hegemony over the peasants. 19 Koski carries his analysis up to the time when a deep social antagonism opens up between the proletariat in power and the influential strata of the peasant masses on whom proletarian power relies. What is the way out of this antagonism? It is not fully clear to me just what the comrades from the majority 20 mean by the term democratic dictatorship of the proletariat and peasantry. I would not want to misrepresent them by incorrectly describing the content of this coalition dictatorship. But if they mean that social democracy enters into a formal alliance with a peasant party to form a government, possibly one in which the latter is numerically predominant, and that this government then creates a democratic regime, after which time one of the partners, the proletariat, peacefully goes over into opposition, then in response to such a view I can only repeat what I have already written in my results and prospects. The political domination of the proletariat is incompatible with its economic enslavement. Under whatever political banner the proletariat has come to power, it will be obliged to take the path of socialist policy. It would be the greatest utopianism to think that the proletariat, having been raised to political domination by the internal mechanism of a bourgeois revolution, will be able, even if it so desires, to limit its mission to the creation of republican democratic conditions for the social domination of the bourgeoisie. The political supremacy of the proletariat, even if it is only temporary, will weaken to an extreme degree the resistance of capital, which always requires the support of the state, and will give the economic struggle of the proletariat tremendous scope. The workers cannot but demand support for strikers from the revolutionary government, and a government relying upon the proletariat will not be able to refuse such support. But this means paralyzing the effect of the reserve army of labor and making the workers dominant not only in the political but also in the economic eld, and converting private property in the means of production into action. These inevitable social-economic consequences of proletarian dictatorship 21 will reveal themselves very quickly, long before the democratization of the political system has been completed. 22. From the very RST moments after taking power, the proletariat will have to end support in the antagonisms between the village poor and village rich, between the agricultural proletariat and the agricultural bourgeoisie. While the heterogeneity of the peasantry creates difficulties and narrows the basis for a proletarian policy, the insufficient degree of class differentiation will create obstacles to the introduction among the peasantry of developed class struggle, upon which the urban proletariat could rely. The primitiveness of the peasantry turns its hostile face towards the proletariat. The cooling off of the peasantry, its political passivity, and all the more the active opposition of its upper strata, cannot but have an influence on a section of the intellectuals and the urban petty bourgeoisie. Thus, the more denied and determined the policy of the proletariat in power becomes, the narrower and more shaky will the ground beneath its feet become. 23. But how far can the socialist policy of the working class be applied in the economic conditions of Russia? We can say one thing with certainty, that it will come up against political obstacles much sooner than it will stumble over the technical backwardness of the country. Without the direct state support of the European proletariat, the working class of Russia will not be able to remain in power and convert its temporary supremacy into a lasting socialistic dictatorship. 24. Koskai says that the limits to the possible use of a proletarian victory will lie in the social interests of the peasantry, which supports the revolutionary regime. But this, of course, must not be understood in the sense that the proletariat, by virtue of some explicit agreement with its ally, must not cross over some particular line. The question is not one of an agreement. The limits that the proletariat will encounter will be purely external and objective obstacles, which at some point in its rule it will not be able to overcome. It goes without saying that the proletariat in power will do everything possible to avoid a premature conflict with the peasantry. But since the possession of power will not change the proletariat's class nature, indeed, it will do the opposite and force that nature to become all the more visible, and since the proletariat cannot help but support agricultural workers in their struggle for a human life, the result is that conflict between the proletariat and the strong peasantry is ultimately inevitable. But this will be the beginning of the end. How can this conflict be resolved? Of course, it will not be resolved through having representatives of the proletariat move from ministerial benches to those of the opposition. The issue will be much more complex than that. The conflict will end in civil war and the defeat of the proletariat. Within the context of a national revolution, and given our social conditions, there is no other way out for the proletariat's political domination. That is why the proletariat will face, from the very RST period of its rule, a colossal task with life or death implications, namely, to burst through the national limits of the Russian Revolution and to bring into motion all the resources of its temporary power in order to transform the national upheaval into an episode of the European Revolution. This is the route that follows from the entire revolutionary situation as Koskai describes it, and the closing lines of his article point to exactly this conclusion. How does Koskai respond to Plekhanov's second question, concerning the proper relation to bourgeois democracy, which is struggling in its own way for political freedom? Koskai replies by asking, what do we mean by democracy? The kind of revolutionary democracy that wrote its name into history does not exist in Russia. All that remains is bourgeois liberalism on the one side, which is anti-revolutionary to the very marrow of its bones, and the popular masses on the other, above all the peasantry. These are two completely different entities. Comrade Plekhanov poses his question in terms of an algebraic formula of bourgeois democracy. Essentially this means that he thinks in terms of assimilating the cadets with the popular masses. In reality, however, no such assimilation has occurred and, according to Koskai, it will not occur. In order to resolve the agrarian question, it will be necessary to renounce all liberal doubts and prejudices and adopt a bold revolutionary position. However, this again requires ending support in the cities, in the centers of political life. Apart from the proletariat there is no such support, and only a socialist party can rely upon the proletariat. Koskai expects us to focus our tactics on the struggle for direct and immediate influence over the peasantry. Will liberalism be able to compete with us in this sphere? The moment the peasantry comes forth in the form of the Trudovik group, 25, the liberals will be completely discouraged. A great deal has been written about the diffuse character, the instability and the indecision of the Trudoviks, and all this is beyond dispute. But does this alter the extremely important fact that the Russian peasantry, which has just been wakened by the thunder of revolution and has been called upon for the RST time to formulate its demands, nevertheless sent deputies to the Duma who turned out, for the most part, to be patented left Democrats from the Zemstvos, the universities and the journalists? And when did this happen? At a time when it is still deprived of any opportunity to hear freely voiced agitation and still remains confused by the details of a complex electoral system, at a time when the so-called constitutional Democrats were in the middle of their honeymoon of contact with the people. Of course, there is no point in idealizing the Trudeauvics, for they are certainly not the last word in the political evolution of the peasantry. But to brush them off contemptuously or lump them together with the cadets would be a grave political mistake. Of course, the left wing of the cadets has occasional ties with the peasantry, and in the practical determination of our position in the localities we must consider this. But as a whole the peasantry has no ties with liberalism in general. It is difficult to say how far the peasant deputies in the Second Duma will actually represent the peasantry, and just who those deputies will be is difficult to predict. There is no doubt, however, that the peasantry has moved to the left at the same time as the cadets have turned to the right. Koskai speaks of social democracy in terms of revolutionary leadership of the peasantry. In that respect he merely describes the situation that already exists in the Caucasus. Guria 26 is the niched model of revolutionary relations between the peasantry and the party of the proletariat. In response to the third question, concerning tactics in elections to the Duma, Koskai replies that joint action with liberalism is only possible where and when it does not affect joint action with the peasantry. This cautious formulation is perfectly appropriate. It allows for limited practical agreements with the cadets while neither treating them as central to the electoral campaign nor, still more importantly, regarding them as the starting point for a coalition campaign. I have considered elsewhere in this volume the political motivation for electoral agreements. Here I will say only that the motivation for agreements with the liberals remains completely within the limits of our direct struggle against liberalism for influence over the popular masses. I repeat, the question now is not what stage our revolution is in, but rather the path by which it will develop. The issue, of course, is not what to call our revolution, whether it is bourgeois or socialist. The real issue is to establish its actual direction by analyzing the forces involved. Meanwhile, we too often replace a materialistic analysis with a formalistic deduction to the effect that our revolution is a bourgeois revolution. A victorious bourgeois revolution transfers power to the bourgeoisie, the proletariat must help the bourgeois revolution to victory, therefore, it must promote the transfer of power to the bourgeoisie. The idea of a workers' government is therefore incompatible with proletarian tactics in the epoch of the bourgeois revolution, etc., etc. Such a series of scholastic syllogisms is mere litter. The construction may be elegant, but one must take care that none of the propositions presupposes what has to be proven. Koskai refuses to call our revolution bourgeois because the bourgeoisie is not its leading force, although we might provisionally accept this designation in the sense that our revolution is still struggling to achieve the normal conditions for existence of a bourgeois society. But does this really answer the question of what forces are actually struggling for these normal conditions or just how they are doing so? We know that at one time the plebeian example of the victorious sans-culottes, according to Marx, created conditions for the rule of the capitalist bourgeoisie. Are there not grounds for thinking that today those conditions will be prepared by the class example of the victorious proletariat? Whereas the sans-culottes provided support to the Jacobins, however, the proletariat will obviously bring social democracy to power. The point is that a general definition or, to be more accurate, a label, can neither pose nor resolve such questions. This requires analysis, and the analysis must answer such questions as these: is our revolution developing? Does it have any chance of victory, that is, of transferring power to an opposition class? If so, which class? Which party is or might become its political representative? Whoever acknowledges that the revolution has every chance of decisive victory, yet simultaneously denies the inevitability or the probability of rule by the working class, obviously has in mind some other claimant to power. Where is this claimant and who is it? Obviously, it is bourgeois democracy. What classes does it depend upon? Where is its army of durs? Since the proletariat has hitherto been the leading force of the revolution, the kind of army that could ensure its representatives a completely independent position will necessarily also be opposed to any bourgeois democratic government. The fundamental question is not whether bourgeois democracy in our country has or has not played out its historical role. Of course, it has not. The real issue concerns the possible limits of this role. With us there is no third estate, which primarily means a strong, cultured, and revolutionary petty bourgeoisie. This is a fundamental fact. Amongst our urban population, the industrial proletariat takes the place of petty bourgeois democrats. And who will replace the petty bourgeois democrats in terms of power? I have heard no definitive answer to this question, although it has been discussed in our party literature for about 2 years, ever since the time of Parvis's foreword to my pamphlet up to the 9th of January. Personally, I have frequently had to return to this question. If the reader will take the trouble to consider my article Results and Prospects, in Our Revolution, pages 224 to 86, 27, then he will see that I have no reason whatever to reject even a single one of the positions formulated in the article I have translated by Koskai, because the development of our thinking in these 2 articles is identical. Indeed, this circumstance all the more gratifying since one reviewer, a person respected by all shades of Marxists, although one who is also too inclined to give voice to common prejudices, recently dismissed my work with sovereign contempt on the grounds that however noble my intentions, I have constructed a pure fantasy. There was nothing more to say because the worthy reviewer did not take the trouble to think through my analysis. Although Koskai's article introduces virtually nothing new in terms of argumentation, it seems that his work is more appropriate and to the point. Of course, this is not because it scandalous the exponent of common prejudices but rather because the author, in the case of Koskai's article, carries such authority that he compels comrades, even those with a different point of view, to speak more precisely and concretely of the social relations involved in the revolution. This is exactly what I am waiting so impatiently to hear. Notwithstanding all my hopes for such clarication, thus far I have been able to learn nothing in this regard from my critics. Preface to the Russian translation of Koskai's The Driving Forces of the Russian Revolution and Its Prospects 28 vi. Lenin. K. Koskai has long been known to the progressive workers of Russia as their writer who is able not only to substantiate and expound the theoretical teaching of revolutionary Marxism but also to apply it with a knowledge of affairs and a thorough analysis of the facts to the complex and involved issues of the Russian Revolution. But now, when the attention of social democrats is sometimes almost entirely taken up with the idle prattle of the liberal Petrushkas 29 and of their conscious and unconscious yes-men, when for many people petty parliamentary technicalities overshadow the fundamental questions of the proletarian class struggle, and when despondency often overwhelms even decent people and impairs their intellectual and political faculties, now it is trebly important for all the social democrats of Russia to pay close attention to Koskai's view of the fundamental problems of the Russian Revolution. And not so much to pay attention to Koskai's view as to re-ECT on the way he poses the question, for Koskai is not so thoughtless as to hold forth on the spicy issues of Russian tactics with which he is not well acquainted, and not so ignorant of Russian affairs as to dismiss them with commonplace remarks or an uncritical repetition of the latest fashionable pronouncements. Koskai is answering the questions that Plekhanov addressed to a number of foreign socialists 30 and, in answering these questions, or, more accurately, in selecting from these poorly formulated questions the points that can be useful subjects for discussion among socialists of all countries, Koskai begins with a modest reservation: I feel like a novice vis-a-vis my Russian comrades when it comes to Russian affairs. This is not the false modesty of a social democratic general who starts off grimacing like a petit bourgeois and ends up with the demeanor of a Bourbon. Not at all. Koskai has in fact condemned himself to answering only those questions through an analysis of which he can help the thinking social democrats of Russia to work out for themselves the concrete tasks and slogans of the day. Koskai has refused to be a general issuing orders, right turn, or left turn. He has preferred to preserve his position as a comrade standing at a distance, but a thoughtful comrade pointing out where we ourselves should look for an answer. Plekhanov asked Koskai, 1. Is the general character of the Russian Revolution bourgeois or socialist? 2. What should the attitude of the Social Democrats towards bourgeois democracy be? 3. Should the Social Democrats support the opposition parties in the elections for the Duma? At RST site these questions would seem to have been chosen with greatness. But, as the saying goes, if a thing is too any, it breaks. In fact, any more or less competent and observant person will see straight away the any subterfuge in these questions. Subterfuge, RSTLY, because they are any specimens of the metaphysics against which Plekhanov is so fond of declaiming pompously, although he cannot keep it out of his own concrete historical judgments. Subterfuge, secondly, because the person questioned is artificially driven into a small and excessively narrow corner. Only those who are completely, one might even say virginally, innocent in questions of politics can fail to notice that Plekhanov deliberately starts out from a remote position and gently pushes the person he is questioning into the position of justifying blocks with Tcadets. 31. To drive a simple-minded interlocutor into justifying blocks with a certain party, without naming that party, to talk of a revolutionary movement without distinguishing the revolutionary Democrats from the opposition bourgeois Democrats, to imply that the bourgeoisie is acting in its own way, i.e. differently from the proletariat, without saying plainly and clearly what the difference really is, to trap the interlocutor like a edgeling jackdaw with the bait of the Amsterdam Resolution 32. Which is bound to conceal from the foreigner the real bones of contention among the Russian Social Democrats, to declare concrete rules relating to specie C tactics in a specie C case and to the attitude to be adopted towards the various parties among the bourgeois Democrats, from a general phrase about the general character of the revolution. Instead of deducing this general character of the Russian Revolution from a precise analysis of the concrete data on the interests and position of the different classes in the Russian Revolution, is not all this a subterfuge? Is it not an open mockery of Marx's dialectical materialism? Yeah, nay, and whatsoever is more than these comes from the evil one. Either a bourgeois revolution or a socialist one, the rest can be deduced from the main solution by means of simple syllogisms. Koski performs a great service in that, in answering such questions, he grasps the point immediately and goes to the root of the mistake contained in the very way they were formulated. Koski essentially answers Plekhanov's questions by rejecting Plekhanov's formulation of them. Koski answers Plekhanov by correcting Plekhanov's formulation of the question. The more gently and carefully he corrects the questioner, the more deadly is his criticism of Plekhanov's formulation of the question. We should do well, writes Koski, to realize that we are moving towards completely new situations and problems for which none of the old patterns are suitable. This hits the nail on the head with regard to Plekhanov's question, is our revolution bourgeois or socialist in its general character? Koski says that this is the old pattern. The question must not be put in this way, it is not the Marxist way. The revolution in Russia is not a bourgeois revolution because the bourgeoisie is not one of the driving forces of the present revolutionary movement in Russia. And the revolution in Russia is not a socialist revolution, for there is no way in which it can possibly lead the proletariat to sole rule or dictatorship. Social democracy is capable of victory in the Russian Revolution and must strive towards it. But victory in the present revolution cannot be the victory of the proletariat alone, without the aid of other classes. Which class then, in view of the objective conditions of the present revolution, is the ally of the proletariat? The peasantry. A substantial common interest for the whole period of the revolutionary struggle exists, however, only between the proletariat and the peasantry. All these propositions of Koski are a brilliant confirmation of the tactics of the revolutionary wing of Russian social democracy, i.e. the tactics of the Bolsheviks. This confirmation is all the more valuable because Koski, setting aside concrete and practical questions, has concentrated all his attention on a systematic exposition of the general principles of socialist tactics in our revolution. He has shown that Plekhanov's threadbare notion of an argument that the revolution is a bourgeois revolution so that we must support the bourgeoisie has nothing in common with Marxism. He thus recognizes the principal error of our social democratic opportunism, i.e. Menshevism, which the Bolsheviks have been getting since the beginning of 1905. Further, Koskai's analysis, which proceeds not from general phrases but from an analysis of the positions and interests of specie classes, has reaffirmed the conclusion that the yes-men of the cadets within our ranks considered tactless, namely that the bourgeoisie in Russia fears revolution more than reaction, that it despises reaction because it gives birth to revolution, that it wants political liberty in order to call a halt to revolution. Compare this with the naive faith in the cadets professed by our Plekhanov who, in his questions, has imperceptibly identified the struggle of the opposition against the old order with the struggle against the government's attempts to crush the revolutionary movement. Unlike the Mensheviks, with their stereotyped views of bourgeois democracy, Koskai has shown its revolutionary and non-revolutionary elements, has demonstrated the bankruptcy of liberalism and shown that, as the peasants become more independent and more aware, the liberals will inevitably move rapidly to the right. A bourgeois revolution, brought about by the proletariat and the peasantry despite the instability of the bourgeoisie, this fundamental principle of Bolshevik tactics, is wholly confirmed by Koskai. Koskai demonstrates that in the course of the revolution it is quite possible that the Social Democratic Party will attain victory and that that party must inspire its supporters with confidence in victory. Koskai's conclusion completely confounds the Menshevik fear of a social democratic victory in the present revolution. Plekhanov's laughable efforts to tailor the tasks of our revolution to the Amsterdam Resolution seem particularly comical when compared to Koskai's clear and simple proposition that it is impossible to GHT successfully if you renounce victory in advance. The basic difference between Koskai's methods and those of the leader of our present opportunists, Plekhanov, is even more striking when the former states, to think that all the classes and parties that are striving for political liberty have simply to work together to achieve it means seeing only the political surface of events. This sounds as though Koskai is referring directly to that small band of social democrats who have deserted to the liberals, Messrs. Portugalov, Prokopovich, Kuskova, Loguchersky, Izgoev, Struve and others, who are committing precisely the error that Koskai refers to, and who in the process are dragging Plekhanov with them. The fact that Koskai is not acquainted with the writings of these gentlefolk only enhances the significance of his theoretical conclusion. Needless to say, Koskai is in complete agreement with the fundamental thesis of all Russian social democrats that the peasant movement is non-socialist, that socialism cannot arise from small-scale peasant production, etc. It would be very instructive for the socialist revolutionaries, who are fond of asserting that they also agree with Marx, to ponder over these words of Koskai. In conclusion, a few words about authorities. Marxists cannot adopt the usual standpoint of the intellectual radical, with his pseudo-revolutionary abstraction, no authorities. No, the working class, which all over the world is waging a hard and persistent struggle for complete emancipation, needs authorities but, of course, only in the same sense that young workers need the experience of veteran warriors against oppression and exploitation, of men who have organized a large number of strikes, have taken part in a number of revolutions, who are versed in revolutionary traditions and who have a broad political outlook. The proletariat of every country needs the authority of the worldwide struggle of the proletariat. We need the authority of the theoreticians of international social democracy to enable us properly to understand the program and tactics of our party. But this authority naturally has nothing in common with the official authorities in bourgeois science and police politics. It is the authority of the experience gained in the more diverse-ed struggle waged in the ranks of the same world socialist army. Important though this authority is in broadening the horizon of those involved in the struggle, it would be impermissible in the Workers' Party to claim that the practical and concrete questions of its immediate policy can be solved by those standing a long way off. The collective spirit of the progressive class-conscious workers immediately engaged in the struggle in each country will always remain the supreme authority in all such questions. This is our view of the authoritativeness of the views held by Koskai and Plekhanov. The latter's theoretical works, principally his criticism of the Narodniks and the opportunists, remain a lasting asset for social democracy throughout Russia, and no factionalism will blind any man who possesses the least bit of physical brain power to such an extent that he might forget or deny the importance of this asset. But, as a political leader of the Russian Social Democrats in the bourgeois revolution in Russia, as a tactician, Plekhanov has proved to be beneath all criticism. In this sphere he has displayed an opportunism that is 100 times more harmful than Bernstein's opportunism is to the German workers. It is against this cadet-like policy of Plekhanov, who has returned to the fold of Prokopovich 33 and County, whom he expelled from the Social Democratic Party in 1899 to 1900, that we must struggle most ruthlessly. That this tactical opportunism of Plekhanov is a complete negation of the fundamentals of the Marxist method is best demonstrated by the line of argument pursued by Koskai in the essay here presented to the reader. ******* The driving forces of the Russian Revolution and its prospects. K. Koskai. 1. The agrarian question and the liberals. The Russian Revolution can be looked at in two ways, as a movement for the overthrow of absolutism and as the awakening of the great mass of the Russian people to independent political activity. The former only scratches the surface of events. From this standpoint it looks so far as if the revolution has failed. But we can only speak of real failure if the movement runs aground when seen from the second standpoint as well. If the Russian people are once again pushed back into their old political indifference, then absolutism will certainly have won and the revolution will have lost its game. But, if that does not happen, then the victory of the revolution is assured, even if absolutism attempts to prolong for a while the illusion of its dominance by murdering its own people, squandering its own wealth and laying waste its own country. The mass of the Russian people consists, however, of peasants. What disturbs them is the agrarian question. Hence this question comes increasingly to the fore. The fate of the revolution depends upon its resolution. This is the case at least with the mass of Russia proper, which is all we are dealing with here, but not perhaps with Poland, Finland, and the Caucasus. The peasants in Russia do not merely constitute the enormous mass of the population, the whole edice of the economy and the state rests upon agriculture. If agriculture were to collapse, so too would this edice. Of the Western European bourgeois observers of the revolutionary situation in Russia, Martin has clearly recognized this in his work on the future of Russia, and it is on this premise that the certainty of his prophecy of the bankruptcy of the Russian state rests, the prophecy that has recently caused such a sensation in Germany, albeit only in bourgeois circles that knew nothing of the socialist critique of Russian economic policy. 34. The peasants must be satisfied and agriculture put on a sound economic basis. These are the conditions that must be fulfilled before the population of Russia becomes quiescent again and abandons revolutionary paths. Almost all the parties in Russia recognize this now. But they do, of course, differ considerably in the way in which they would help the peasants. A recently published essay, on the agrarian movement in Russia, 35 will give the German reader a very good explanation of the attitude of the liberals. It contains translations of two Russian articles, one by Petrunkevich, the well-known cadet politician, and one by the Moscow professor A.A. Manuelov, and a collection of the agrarian programs of the different Russian parties. Like everyone else, the liberals admit the backwardness and decline of Russian agriculture. Manuelov writes, "Our largest harvests seem to be half the size of average harvests in other countries. If we take the average yield of all forms of grain in Russia as 100, the yield in other countries will be, rye 230, wheat 280, oats 277, etc. The net yield of grain and potatoes for the average sowing area of the Russian peasant, 0.74 deciatin, is on average 20.4 poods 36, whereas in other countries a similar area would produce 56.9 poods, more specifically in Belgium 88, in the UK 84.4, in Japan 82.8 poods, etc. Professor A.I. Chuprov has also shown that harvests on our peasant lands with their 35 to 40 poods of rye per deciatin are so low that even the most primitive improvements, available to all, would be enough to raise the yield by 50% above its present level. Numerous studies by agronomists suggest that a single improved choice of seed would be almost enough to achieve this result. But technology disposes of incomparably more powerful resources. A yield of 30 metric hundredweight of rye to the hectare or 200 poods to the deciaton is considered to be rather low in countries with a developed technology. 37. And things are getting steadily worse, not better. Manuelov continues. At the present time, as the Department of Agriculture has noted in its report, the peasants have the absolute minimum number of cattle necessary for the existence of agriculture. In the FTY provinces of European Russia, the number of horses in the 10 years 1888 to 1898 fell from 19.6 million to 17 million, and of large horned cattle from 34.6 million to 24.5 million. Local committees have furnished evidence in support of what I have said in their transactions. It seems, for instance, that in the Nizhny Novgorod province the supply of manure amounts to between 1 fth and 1/3 of the demand and, as a result, the average yield, regardless of the fact that the soil is suitable, is extremely low, 38 measures of rye and 49 measures of oats. In the Mikhailov district of Ryazan province only 1/10 to 1/8 of the surface area is manured. In the Klin district of Moscow province manuring is done at 2.5 times below the normal level. 38. Liberals and socialists are in complete agreement in recognizing the significance of these facts. But liberal half-heartedness becomes immediately apparent as soon as it comes to laying bare the reasons for these phenomena and proposing remedies for them. Their half-heartedness in the latter case stems from their class position, but it necessarily engenders a similar half-heartedness in the former case. A man who is not determined to root out evil by radical means must also be afraid to lay bare its deepest roots. The liberals see the causes of the decline in Russian agriculture in the manner in which the serfs were emancipated in 1861. 39. The peasants were then tricked out of a part of their land, they did not receive enough, and what they did receive was mostly bad land. If their share then was inadequate, since then it has declined further because the population has grown considerably. On this Manuelov writes. In 1860 the rural population consisted of 50 million souls of both sexes, but by the end of 1900 it had reached about 86 million. At the same time the average size of a plot was reduced. According to figures produced by the Commission of Inquiry into the Impoverishment of the Center, the average plot for an emancipated serf in 1860 was equivalent to 4.8 deciatons. In 1880 the average size of a plot for a man had been reduced to 3.5, and in 1900 to 2.6 deciatons. 40. The facts cited here are true, but they are only half the truth that is necessary to understand the causes of the decline in agriculture. When the feudal yoke was lifted, the peasants elsewhere were treated in just the same way as in Russia, and they were tricked out of their property. In other states this frequently led to the collapse of peasant businesses, but it never led to the decline of agriculture, to a deterioration in business overall, to an increase in harvest failures. On the contrary, the pauperization of the peasantry created the rural proletariat, whose existence at that particular stage of commodity production constituted one of the preconditions of capitalist agriculture based on wage labor. This pauperization led to a situation in which one section of the peasantry descended into the proletariat, while another section rose to prosperity at its expense. From the ruins of the shattered peasant economy there arose a new and higher mode of production. Only the bare beginnings of all this are discernible in Russia. Why is this? This is the decisive question. There is no way in which we can accuse village communism of having made the advent of capitalist agriculture impossible. Village communism rapidly fell into a decline, and it did not have the strength to prevent the emergence. Among the villagers of landless proletarians on the one hand and proletarians on the other, or the development of the relations of capitalist exploitation of many dreadful kinds. For this reason village communism is nowadays in Russia no longer a real bulwark against the growth of capitalist methods in agriculture. All the conditions for capitalism had already been in existence for decades, except for two, and these were the two most important. The agricultural population had not hitherto had the necessary intelligence, the capacity, to break the bonds of tradition and to select with certainty from all the new things pressing in on it those which were most suitable and efficacious. This requires a range of knowledge and methods which it is impossible to acquire without a good school education. But the capital itself, the necessary money, was also not to hand. Thus the two conditions which have the greatest importance for the development of capitalist production were absent. It is precisely the latter factor, the accumulation of sufficient sums of money in individual hands, that is the most indispensable of all if higher modes of production, the application of science to production, are to develop on the basis of commodity production. Next to the lack of intelligence, it is the lack of capital that is the decisive factor in the agricultural crisis in Russia. The shortage of land explains why the peasants are pauperist, but it does not explain why the peasants nevertheless carry on in ever more miserable conditions, why a class of prosperous farmers does not emerge to replace them, a class that would buy out the impoverished small holdings and manage them rationally with adequate resources, why also the majority of larger businesses are still managed irrationally and with inadequate resources and do not displace the ruined peasant holdings. Why does this happen? This question must be answered. 2. The shortage of capital in Russia. The question of the reasons for Russia's economic and intellectual backwardness cannot simply be answered by reference to the fact that the modern mode of production had its origin in Western Europe and is only slowly spreading to the East. That is because this immediately raises the further question of why it is spreading so slowly to the East. At the time when Russia was coming into the driving forces of the Russian Revolution and its prospects 591. Closer contact with Western Europe, its agriculture was already at almost the same level as it is today and the empire was full of numerous hard-working peasants. North America, on the other hand, was then a wilderness in which a few meager tribes of savages and barbarians were submerged. Despite that, it has become the greatest capitalist power in the world. The reasons for this difference are manifold, but they all stem from the contrast between the political organization of each country. North America was colonized by farmers and petty bourgeois who had led the struggle for democracy against the rise of absolutism in Europe and who preferred freedom in the American wilderness to subjugation to the absolute state in European civilization. Russia was a mass of countless village communities which were concerned only with their own affairs and satisfied with democracy in their own community and which had only a very hazy conception of the power of the state and passively left it to the absolute rulers whose armies had freed them from the Mongols and were obliged to protect them against any external enemy. In America there was unlimited political liberty which gave the individual the fullest freedom of action. The need to come to terms with, and to master, completely new conditions required of the colonists who came from Europe an enormous amount of individual spiritual and physical exertion, complete freedom of action, extreme ruthlessness, and the overcoming of countless prejudices. In Russia there has for centuries not only been no trace of political liberty, but there has been police supervision of every move that the citizen makes outside the confines of his village community and only a very limited desire for freedom of movement. There has been a healthy arboreal slumber, a dozing in modest inherited conditions which have not changed for generations and which have allowed all sorts of prejudices to grow deeper roots and crippled all forms of energy. While the conditions for the European population of North America bred all the spiritual characteristics that give man the upper hand in the capitalist mode of production, conditions in Russia bred precisely those characteristics that make the captives of capitalist competition succumb and that hamper capitalist development. In addition, since Peter the Great, Russia has adhered to a policy whose results I have already referred to in my series of articles on the American worker in the chapter that deals with Russian capitalism, Neuzeit, XXIV, 1, pages 677 ff. 41. I can only reiterate here what I said there. Peter I opened Russia to European civilization, i.e. to capitalism, but he also led Russia into the ranks of Europe's great powers, involved it in their conquests, forced it to compete with them in military armaments on sea and on land and to measure itself against them in military terms. That occurred at a time when capitalism was already very strong in Western Europe and the forces of production were well developed. Despite this, Even in Western Europe, military rivalry led a number of powers into bankruptcy, e.g. Spain and Portugal, and hindered economic development in many others, with the exception of England, which was preserved by its insular position from the need to exhaust itself in continental wars, and could devote all its resources to the navy through which it ruled the seas, made a rich pro-T from piracy, the slave trade, smuggling and the plunder of India, and thus made war into a highly pro-table business, a means of accumulating capital, just as the Revolutionary Wars later did for France by allowing the victorious armies of the Republic and the Empire to plunder the richest countries of the European continent, Belgium, Holland, and Italy, and to extract rich booty from other countries as well. Russia has never waged such pro-table wars. There were a number of serious obstacles to its development as a sea power, but on land it borders only on poor neighbors. Had it succeeded in defeating Japan and tapping the riches of China, it would, for the first time in history since its emergence as a European great power, have been able to draw considerable economic benefit from a war. But the irony of history willed that it was precisely this war that put the seal upon its bankruptcy. As Russia was, in economic terms, the weakest and most backward of the European great powers, Tsarism has since the 18th century had, in order to maintain its position among them, to plunder its own poor people on an increasing scale and to render it impossible for them to accumulate any wealth. The state debt soon joined with militarism so that this plundering could be increased. There is no country in the world, not even the richest, where the yield from taxation is enough to cover the large expenditure that militarism from time to time requires, and that is colossal in time of war but still considerable in periods of armament, rearmament, and the like. In such instances state debts have for a long time been the tried and tested way of immediately producing the resources for these large expenditures. The interest payment on state debts is always a heavy burden on the tax-paying population, but it can be a means of enriching the capitalist class of a country when it is the state's creditor. The state then expropriates the working classes, in order to enrich the capitalist class, multiplies its wealth and simultaneously increases the number of proletarians at its disposal. But in Russia there was no capitalist class capable of covering the state's capital requirements, and the constant pressure of taxation made it much more difficult for such a capitalist class to emerge on a sufficient scale. Thus money had to be borrowed mainly from foreign capitalists who were called upon to fill the state's coffers, which had been drained by the unquenchable thirst of militarism. These capital outlays were not deployed productively, they were used only for playing soldiers and for the splendor of the court. The interest on them owed abroad, and, next to militarism, this interest soon formed an ever-widening second open wound sapping the lifeblood of Russia. The Crimean War and its consequences brought home to the Russian government after the 1860s the fact that the colossus of its power rested on feet of clay, because the display of diplomatic and military power is impossible in the long term without economic power. In modern society, however, this derives far less from agriculture than from capitalist industry, and it certainly does not derive from primitive and impoverished agriculture. That is why Russian absolutism seized on the idea of closing the gap as rapidly as possible. It sought to create large-scale capitalist industry by guaranteeing energetic state aid. But, as the state lived off agriculture, that merely meant that industry was to be supported by imposing a heavier burden on the agricultural population. Hence the peacetime policy of industrialization became, like the wartime policy of conquest, a means of plundering and oppressing the farmers and above all the peasants. This peacetime policy led, as the wartime policy had done, to a growing indebtedness to foreigners. The growth of domestic capital progressed too slowly for the Russian government's purposes. It wanted to achieve a rapid independence from foreign countries in those branches of industry which are most important for military armaments, which produce cannons and guns, ships and railways, and which supply equipment. Since domestic capital was growing too slowly to found the necessary large-scale enterprises, the government in recent decades has tried increasingly to attract foreign capital, and that capital is particularly strongly represented in the coal, iron, and petroleum industries in southern Russia. It was, however, not increased independence but dependence on abroad that resulted from this hothouse cultivation of modern large-scale industry. The existence of credit does of course provide a powerful lever for the development of capitalist industry. When the feudal nobleman borrows money from the usurer and pays interest on his debt, his income is reduced as a consequence and he nearly goes to the wall, but the industrial capitalist achieves an increased profit if he borrows money and pays interest on it because he utilizes this money productively, not like the nobleman in unproductive consumption, so that, in addition to the interest on the capital, it brings him a profit. If he borrows money at 4% and invests it so that it brings him 10%, then he is gaining 6%. In this form, as Nan's capital, foreign capital can easily accelerate the emergence of a capitalist class in economically backward countries. But, to acquire Nan's capital, you need credit, you must already have a going concern, and on that score Russia had nothing to offer. Foreign capital certainly owed in thousands of millions into Russia to develop its industry, but only a minute percentage of this was lent to Russian entrepreneurs as capital to establish and extend large-scale industrial plants. On the contrary, these plants were mostly established directly by foreign capitalists and remained in their hands so that not just the interest on the capital but the whole profit accrued to them and only the wages remained in Russia. This method of attracting foreign capital resulted only in the development of a strong proletariat, but not of a strong capitalist class, inside Russia. It encouraged, rather than hindered, the impoverishment of Russia. This tendency, however, emerged at its clearest and most decisive in agriculture, which is the one great branch of earnings that is the last and least to partake of the effects of capitalist modes of production that enhance the productivity of labor and which, more than any other, requires an intelligent population if it is to take advantage of modern expedients and methods of production. Capitalism in Russia brought the peasants not improved schools, not the money to obtain artificial fertilizer or improved tools and machinery, but only increased exploitation. Whereas in Western Europe the increased exploitation of the peasant by both state and capital went hand in hand with the growth in the productivity of agricultural labor, in Russia on the contrary the increased exploitation of the peasant, which arose from the increasing competition between Russia and the developed capitalist nations, brought with it a steady decline in the productivity of agriculture. The number of harvest failures grows, but in every famine the cattle are of course slaughtered before people succumb to hunger. Thus every famine leaves a reduction in the cattle stock, which in turn leads to a shortage of fertilizer, a less efficient order of cultivation, and thus to a further deterioration in agriculture and new and greater harvest failures. But the whole nation descends into misery with the peasant, for with him the domestic market for Russian industry goes under, and that is the only market it supplies because it is not competitive on the world market. But with the peasant's demise the state too comes face to face with its own bankruptcy, despite that enormous natural wealth that the stockbrokers of Western Europe enthuse over when they are willing to lay more thousands of millions at the feet of the bloody Tsar. Yes, if only these millions were used to extract this wealth and not to oppress and butcher those who through their labors are alone capable of turning that natural wealth into items of value that can be exchanged on the world market for money. The decay of agriculture is, after the rise of the industrial proletariat, the principal cause of the present Russian Revolution. It has brought the state to the verge of national bankruptcy and created conditions that are unsatisfactory, even intolerable, to all classes, conditions that they cannot bear and from which they must try and escape, once they have started to move. 3. The solution to the agrarian question. The most obvious way to help the peasant is to increase his share of the land. Almost all parties are agreed on that. But is it enough? What use is more land to the peasant when he does not even have enough livestock or tools to work his present share properly? It might provide him with temporary relief, but the old misery will soon prevail again. If the peasant is to be helped on a longer-term basis, then provision must be made for him to go over to more intensive and more rational methods of cultivation. He must have livestock, tools, and fertilizer at his disposal. A rate system of elementary education must be established. In short, the peasant must be given, as quickly and as fully as possible, what for decades has been withheld or taken away from him in the wake of the progressive mortgaging of the state, its continuing increase in taxation and its growing inability and unwillingness to carry out any kind of cultural task. Only a regime that is capable of doing this can put Russia's peasant agriculture, and with it the whole state, back on a sound economic footing and thus put an end to the revolution. Is absolutism capable of doing that? If it were, then it could still master the revolution. If the Tsar had the intelligence and the strength to become a peasant emperor like Napoleon I, he would be able to secure his absolutist regime once more. In the main, the peasant has no great interest in the political liberty of the nation. Normally his interest revolves around the affairs of the village. If he saw that the Tsar was looking after his economic requirements, he would rally round him once again. But fortunately that is impossible. Even the RST Napoleon was only in a position to betray France's political liberty with the help of the peasants and the army recruited from among them, because he was the heir to the revolution and because the revolution had already met the peasants' demands, and he simply appeared as the protector of the gains they had made in and through the revolution. Even the most energetic and far-sighted monarch cannot defeat a political revolution by himself, bringing about its economic goal. To do this he would have to be not only more far-sighted but also more powerful than the entire ruling class in whose midst he lives and at whose expense the economic goal of the revolution can alone be achieved. Even if it were possible for a single individual to think and feel in what is clearly and distinctly a completely opposite manner from that of the entourage that he has known since childhood, there is no single individual, however much feared, who is capable of defying his whole entourage single-handed. The Russian Tsar has less power to do this than anyone else. As soon as he showed the slightest inclination to come to terms with the revolution, the faithful servants of absolutism would do away with him. But from Nicholas II we cannot even expect any attempt ever to break sine-quantely with his entourage over any question. Hence his government energetically rejects anything that could relieve the miserable lot of the peasants even to a limited degree. It offers them nothing but empty promises, swindling and miserable botching. But the time is past when the peasant would allow himself to be deceived by all this. The revolution has already achieved so much in the country that the peasant wants action, and he judges each party by its actions. But what has he come to expect from the actions of the government, which he equates with the Tsar? Taxes are raised, but the provinces where the failure of the harvest has caused famine are offered no support. Schools and hospitals close for lack of resources, the railways deteriorate because their equipment is not replaced, while the Tsar needs more money than ever for the soldiers he uses to wage war against his own people. Since the Napoleonic invasion, the Russian peasant has not seen an enemy soldier in his country, and he has felt secure against foreign enemies thanks to the power of the Tsar. Now it is the soldiers of the Tsar himself who lay waste the countryside as the Mongols did before them. Thus all the promises that have been made to the peasant and that have from time to time led him with fresh hopes for NAL salvation prove to be a miserable deception, and this discovery makes his position seem doubly infuriating and his concealed anger twice as strong. The Duma, which was presented to him as a savior in his time of need, has been dissolved, and the right to vote for the second Duma, which is currently being elected, has been taken from under his nose. In view of all this, it is no wonder that the peasant's former limitless respect for the Tsar has turned into an equally limitless hatred for the Tsar. But do the liberals have a chance to win the peasant over in the long term? They are certainly offering him what he wants more than anything else: more land. At least, many of them are demanding the expropriation of the large estates and their redistribution among the peasants. But at what price? Property should be treated with consideration in as far as this is possible, and that means that the landowners should be fully compensated. But who should compensate them? Who else but the peasant, either directly if he pays interest on the purchase price of the land ceded to him, or indirectly if the state compensates the landowner. But then the interest on the purchase price falls once more on the proletarians and the peasants indirectly in the form of new taxes. What would the peasants have gained by increasing their share of the land? Nothing at all, because the increased net proceeds would return in the shape of interest or taxation to the former owners of the large estates. Often not even external appearances would change because many peasants already work parts of the large estates on leasehold to increase their own share. If they were to own the leasehold and, instead of interest on the lease, they had to pay a new tax, how would they be better off? It is only through the confiscation of the large estates that the peasant's share of the land can be significantly increased without new burdens being imposed upon him. The expropriation of a single stratum of the ruling class without compensation is of course a harsh measure. But there is no choice. The pauperization of the peasantry has gone so far that it is no longer possible to require it to pay compensation. If the liberal landowners had possessed the energy and selflessness to accomplish in good time both the political forms and the policy that would have facilitated an amicable discussion with the peasantry while it was still solvent, they could have preserved their property interest in one form or another. Now it is too late. Moreover, they have little to complain about. Their forefathers understood perfectly how to cheat the peasants most productively when serfdom was abolished. Ever since then they have taken advantage of their desperate position for the worst kind of profiteering, and they have never shown the peasantry the least consideration or respect. The confiscation of the large estates is unavoidable if the peasant is to be helped. But the liberals are striving resolutely against it. It is only the socialist parties that do not recoil in fear. But an increase in the peasant's share of the land is still a long way from solving the Russian agrarian question. We have seen that the peasant is not just short of land, but of know-how and money as well. The decay in Russian agriculture will not be arrested in the slightest because the land and soil are divided somewhat differently. On the contrary, if the large estates, where agriculture is frequently conducted on a much more rational basis, are broken up and replaced by ignorant peasants with no resources, the decline of Russian agriculture will only be accelerated if energetic measures are not taken at the same time to increase the peasants' intelligence and their working capital. That is, however, impossible without a thoroughgoing upheaval in the whole of the present political system that has been bringing about the present misery at an increasing rate for 200 years. The more deeply this misery, which absolutism is still visibly increasing even now, is rooted, the more energetic the attacks on existing institutions and property relations that will be required if we are to bring this misery under any kind of control. Without the dissolution of the standing army and the cancellation of naval armaments, without the confiscation of all the property of the imperial family and the monasteries, without the bankruptcy of the state and without the sequestration of the large monopolies still in private hands, railways, oil wells, mines, iron works, it will not be possible to raise the enormous sums that Russian agriculture requires if it is to be snatched from its terrible decay. But it is clear that the liberals recoil before such gigantic tasks, such decisive upheavals in current property relations. Basically all they want is to carry on with present policy without touching the foundations of Russia's exploitation by foreign capital. They adhere RMLY to the standing army, which alone, in their eyes, can secure order and save their property, and they want to acquire new resources for Russia through new loans, which is impossible if the interest on the old ones is not paid on time. The interest on the national debt and Russian militarism are now costing 2,000 million marks. The liberals want to go on squeezing this colossal sum from the Russian people year in and year out, and yet they imagine that they will be able at the same time to perform all the great cultural tasks that Tsarism has neglected and has had to neglect in order to pay for militarism and for the national debt. They believe that the establishment of a Duma is enough to conjure up thousands of millions from the land. They often recall the Great French Revolution. Not always correctly. The relations in present-day Russia are in many ways quite different from those of France in 1789. But the difference does not lie in the fact that Russian conditions require less decisive measures than the French. On the contrary, France was not indebted to foreign countries, it was not suffering from the same kind of shortage of capital, its education, agriculture, and industry were not as backward as those of Russia when compared with the rest of Europe. Nonetheless, even the National Assembly could not save France from national bankruptcy and confiscation. And, if France was able to maintain its militarism, It could only do this because of its victorious revolutionary wars, which put it in a position where it could plunder half Europe and thus pay for the costs of the wars. The Russian Revolution has no prospect of meeting its financial requirements in this manner. It must put an end to the standing army if it is to satisfy the Russian peasant. Liberalism is just as incapable of doing this as is Tsarism. It may recover again temporarily, but it must soon fade away. It will do this all the more rapidly since it is deprived of energetic democratic elements, because the only class of any significance upon which it can rely is that of the large landowners, a class whose liberalism is naturally diluted as the agrarian question comes increasingly to the fore. For liberalism and social democracy. Russia's liberalism is of a different order from that of Western Europe, and for that reason alone is it quite erroneous to portray the Great French Revolution simply as the model for the present Russian one. The leading class in the revolutionary movements of Western Europe was the petty bourgeoisie and, above all, that of the large cities. Because of its hitherto frequently mentioned dual position as the representative of both property and labor, it became the link between the proletariat and the capitalist class, and it joined them both for common struggle in bourgeois democracy, which drew its victorious strength from it. The petty bourgeois saw himself as a budding capitalist and to that extent advocated the interests of rising capital. But he himself created the model for the proletarian, who usually originated from petty bourgeois circles, had as yet no independent class consciousness, and asked for no more than the freedom and the opportunity to be elevated to the petty bourgeoisie. In addition, the petty bourgeoisie in the towns was the most numerous, most intelligent, and economically most important of the classes constituting the popular mass. But the towns themselves had become the seats of the ruling powers since the Middle Ages. The towns ruled the open country and exploited it, and the petty bourgeoisie played a large part in this rule and exploitation. They succeeded in oppressing the rural craftsmen and yet at the same time asserting their position as a powerful force against the nobility and the aristocracy of the towns. Nothing like this occurred in Russia. The towns there, weak, few in number and mostly very recent in their development, have never achieved the powerful position they achieved in Western Europe, and the popular mass has never known how to distinguish itself from, and raise itself above, the rural population, as it had done there. The mass of urban craftsmen consisted of peasants, and numerous forms of handicraft were pursued more in the country than in the town. Serfdom and oppression, political helplessness and apathy were the same there as here. It was only after the abolition of serfdom that the seeds of political interest began to germinate among the urban masses, but this occurred in the last decades of the 19th century, at the time when in Western Europe itself the revolutionary leading role of the petty bourgeoisie had nearly been played out. On the one hand, the proletariat had become independent and had been powerfully strengthened, while on the other hand an enormous gulf had opened up between the petty bourgeoisie and capital. The petty bourgeois no longer sees the capitalists as the class he aspires to be elevated to, but as the class that is oppressing and ruining him. But he sees wage laborers as the element whose demands are accelerating this process. He no longer constitutes the leader of democracy who joins the capitalist and worker in a common political struggle, but the unprincipled malcontent who, disappointed in democracy, rages simultaneously against both proletarian and capitalist and falls into the clutches of every reactionary swindler who promises him something attractive. In this way the petty bourgeoisie of Western Europe is becoming steadily more reactionary and unreliable in spite of its revolutionary traditions. Russia's petty bourgeoisie enters the political movement without any similar tradition and under the complete ignorance of the economic situation that is also making itself felt in Eastern Europe. It is, therefore, much more inclined than its Western European class comrades to anti-Semitism and reaction, to weak-kneed vacillation that can be bought off by all comers, to the role that the lumpenproletariat 42 played in the Western European Revolution. It is that lumpenproletariat to which in spirit it becomes more and more closely related, and with which, even in Russia, it willingly collaborates. Through the progress of the revolution it may eventually become increasingly involved in an opposition movement, but it will not constitute a secure support for the revolutionary parties. Thus, Russia lacks the backbone of a bourgeois democracy, and it lacks the class that, through its common economic interest, might forge bourgeoisie and proletariat together in the Democratic Party in the common struggle for political liberty. Even before the revolutionary struggle began, the capitalist class and the proletariat in Russia stood in direct opposition to one another. Both had learned from the West. The proletariat came straight onto the political arena, not as part of a purely democratic party, but as social democracy, and the capitalist class has allowed itself to be intimidated by the slightest stirring on the part of the proletariat. Its principal concern is for a strong government. The nucleus of the Liberal Party in Russia was formed by the large-scale landowners, as distinct from the latifundia owners, i.e. precisely that class against which liberalism in Western Europe directed its principal efforts. But in Russia, in contrast to Western Europe, absolutism has recently sacrificed agriculture to capital. The same process that had been completed in Western Europe at the end of the Middle Ages and in the beginnings of absolutism, the exploitation of the country by the town, was practiced increasingly by Russia's absolutist regime in the 19th century, and it manifestly drove the landed gentry into the opposition. This oppositional stance was made easier for the gentry because it came into direct conflict with the proletariat, the other opposition class, less frequently than did industrial capital in the towns. As long as the peasantry remained calm, the Russian landowner could afford the luxury of liberalism, just as the English Tories and some Prussian Junkers had permitted themselves the aura of friendliness towards their workforce at the beginning of industrialization. And it remained calm for a long time. Agriculture could visibly decay, the peasant sink into misery, famine after famine decimate his ranks and ruin his business, and he remained devoted to God and the Tsar. Certainly, he rose in revolt from time to time, but the cause of these disturbances was taken to be particular grievances rather than the entire ruling system, which was not recognized as the source of these grievances. But the transformation of economic relations was of course gradually preparing a change in the peasant's outlook and his sentiments in the second half of the 19th century. The village was linked to world trade, which brought its products onto the world market. The isolation of the village came increasingly to an end. General conscription took its sons to the big city where they were exposed to new impressions and learned new demands. In the end, large numbers of peasants or peasant children who had lost their land turned to the factory and the mine and thus joined the proletarian class struggle, and they conveyed their impressions of it to their comrades left behind in the villages back home. This is how the foundations on which Russian absolutism rested were gradually undermined, but it needed a powerful blow for these foundations to collapse completely. That happened as a result of the war in Manchuria and the ensuing rebellion of the urban proletariat. The events which 30 years before would have passed the Russian peasant by imperceptibly are now provoking a lively response from him. He has woken up and realized that the hour has come at last to put an end to his misery. It no longer oppresses him, it provokes him. All of a sudden, he sees himself in a completely new light. He regards the government, to whose control he has hitherto trustingly submitted, as the enemy that must be overthrown. He will not allow others to think for him again, he must think for himself, must use all his wits, all his energy, all his ruthlessness, and abandon all his prejudices if he is to hold his own in the whirlpool that he has been sucked into. What caused the Anglo-Saxon peasant and petty bourgeois from the 17th to the 19th centuries to migrate will bring for the Russian peasant at the beginning of the 20th century, more rapidly and more violently, revolution and the transformation of the easygoing, sleepy, and unthinking creature of habit into an energetic, restless and inexhaustible warrior for the new and the better. This amazing transformation is developing a basis for the new Russian agriculture that will arise from the rubble of the old, but it also furnishes the most secure guarantee for the ultimate triumph of the revolution. In the meantime, the more revolutionary the peasant becomes, the more reactionary is the large landowner. The more that liberalism loses in him its previous supporter, the more unstable the liberal parties become, and the more the liberal professor and lawyers of the town swing to the right so that they will not completely lose touch with their previous support. This process might lead temporarily to a strengthening of reaction, but it cannot suppress the revolution in the long term. It only accelerates the bankruptcy of liberalism. It must drive the peasants increasingly into the arms of those parties that protect their interests energetically and ruthlessly and that do not permit themselves to be intimidated by liberal doubts, the socialist parties. The longer the revolution lasts, the more this process must continue to increase the influence of the socialist parties in the country as well. It can ultimately lead to a situation in which social democracy becomes the representative of the masses of the population and thus the victorious party. 5. The proletariat and its ally in the revolution. It is perhaps appropriate here, as a conclusion to this study, for me to express my view on an inquiry that my friend Plekhanov has conducted among a number of non-Russian comrades on the character of the Russian Revolution and the tactics that the Russian socialists should pursue. That is, I should like to make only a few observations on these questions and not answer them precisely. While I believe that my almost 3 decades of intimate contact with prominent leaders of the Russian revolutionary movement puts me in a position to provide my German comrades with some information on this movement, I also feel like a novice vis-a-vis my Russian comrades when it comes to Russian affairs. But it is, of course, urgently necessary for us Western European socialists to form a definite view of the Russian Revolution, for it is not a local, but an international, event, and the way we assess it will exert a profound influence on the way we view the immediate tactical tasks of our own party. But I also have no reason to hold my own view back when Russian comrades ask me for it. The questionnaire contains the following 3 questions. 1. What does the general character of the Russian Revolution appear to be? Are we facing a bourgeois or a socialist revolution? 2. In view of the desperate attempts by the Russian government to suppress the revolutionary movement, what should be the attitude of the Social Democratic Party towards the bourgeois democratic parties, which are struggling in their own way for political liberty? 3. What tactics should the Social Democratic Party pursue in the Duma elections in order to utilize the strength of the bourgeois opposition parties in the struggle against our ancien regime without violating the Amsterdam Resolution? Neither part of the RST of these questions seems to me to be easy to answer. The age of bourgeois revolutions, i.e. of revolutions in which the bourgeoisie was the driving force, is over in Russia as well. There too the proletariat is no longer an appendage and tool of the bourgeoisie, as it was in bourgeois revolutions, but an independent class with independent revolutionary aims. But wherever the proletariat emerges in this way, the bourgeoisie ceases to be a revolutionary class. The Russian bourgeoisie, insofar as it is liberal and has an independent class policy at all, certainly hates absolutism, but it hates revolution even more, and it hates absolutism because it sees it as the fundamental cause of revolution, and insofar as it asks for political liberty, it does so above all because it believes that it is the only way to bring an end to the revolution. The bourgeoisie therefore does not constitute one of the driving forces of the present revolutionary movement in Russia, and to this extent we cannot call it a bourgeois one. But we should not use this as a reason to call it a socialist one without further ado. There is no way in which it can bring the proletariat alone to political dominance, to dictatorship. Russia's proletariat is too weak and backward for that. In any case, it is very possible that in the course of the revolution victory will fall to the Social Democratic Party, and social democracy does very well to hold out this prospect of victory to its supporters, because you cannot struggle successfully if you have renounced victory in advance. But it will not be possible for social democracy to achieve victory through the proletariat alone without the help of another class, and as a victorious party it will not be able to implement any more of its program than the interests of the class that supports the proletariat allow. But which class should the Russian proletariat rely on in its revolutionary struggle? If you take only a superficial look at politics, you may come to the view that all the classes and parties that are striving for political liberty will just have to work together to achieve it, and their differences should only be settled after political liberty has been won. But every political struggle is basically a class struggle and thus also an economic struggle. Political interests are a result of economic interests. It is to protect these, and not to realize abstract political ideas, that the masses are in revolt. Anyone who wishes to inspire the masses to the political struggle must show them how closely linked it is to their economic interests. These must never be allowed to fade into the background if the struggle for political liberty is not to be blocked. The alliance between the proletariat and other classes in the revolutionary struggle must rest above all else on a common economic interest, if it is to be both lasting and victorious. The tactics of Russian social democracy must also be based on that kind of common interest. A substantial common interest for the whole period of the revolutionary struggle exists, however, only between the proletariat and the peasantry. It must furnish the basis of the whole revolutionary tactic of Russian social democracy. Collaboration with liberalism should only be considered when and where cooperation with the peasantry will not thereby be disrupted. It is on the common interest between the industrial proletariat and the peasantry that the revolutionary strength of Russian social democracy is founded, as is the possibility of its victory and, at the same time, the limits to the possibility of its exploitation. Without the peasants we cannot win in the near future in Russia. We must not, however, anticipate that the peasants will become socialists. Socialism can only be constructed on the basis of big business. It is too incompatible with the conditions of small businesses for it to be able to emerge and assert itself in the midst of a predominantly peasant population. It might perhaps be possible, should it come to power in large-scale industry and agricultural big business and, through its example, convince the poorer peasants and incite them to imitation, but it cannot do without them. And in Russia, more than elsewhere, the intellectual and material conditions for it are lacking. The communism of the Russian village lies in ruins and in no way sine es community of production. It is also impossible to convert modern commodity production on the basis of the village community into a higher mode of production. For this you need at least the framework of the large state, but Russian agricultural producers are in no way capable of production on a national basis. The present revolution can only lead to the creation in the countryside of a strong peasantry on the basis of private ownership of land and to the opening up of the same gulf between the proletariat and the landowning part of the rural population that already exists in Western Europe. It therefore seems unthinkable that the present revolution in Russia is already leading to the introduction of a socialist mode of production, even if it should bring social democracy to power temporarily. Clearly, however, we may experience some surprises. We do not know how much longer the Russian Revolution will last, and the forms that it has now adopted suggest that it has no desire to come to an early end. We also do not know what influence it will exert on Western Europe and how it will enrich the proletarian movement there. Finally, we do not yet have any idea how the resulting successes of the Western European proletariat will react on the Russians. We should do well to remember that we are approaching completely new situations and problems for which no earlier model is appropriate. We should most probably be fair to the Russian Revolution and the tasks that it sets us if we viewed it as neither a bourgeois revolution in the traditional sense nor a socialist one, but as a quite unique process which is taking place on the borderline between bourgeois and socialist society, which requires the dissolution of the one while preparing the creation of the other, and which in any case brings all those who live in capitalist civilization a sine can't step forward in their development. Chapter 23 The American Worker, February 1906, Karl Kosky. Karl Kosky's series of articles on the Russian and American workers. One was originally written as a reply to the bourgeois sociologist Werner Sombert's famous study Why Is There No Socialism in the United States? As a young man, Werner Sombert, 1863–1941, was a correspondent of Engels and something of a Marxist scholar. But, already by the time of Engels's death, 1895, Sombert began to turn against Marxism and its organizational standard-bearer in Germany, the Social Democratic Party, resulting in a series of furious polemics with some its most prominent theoreticians, notably Franz Mehring and especially Rosa Luxemburg. In her classic study The Mass Strike, the Political Party and the Trade Unions, written against the new opportunism spearheaded by the Social Democratic Trade Union apparatus, the General Commission of the Free Trade Unions of Germany, Luxemburg summarized some of the main lessons of the 1905 Russian Revolution and made the following reference to Sombert. From the concealment of the objective limits drawn by the bourgeois social order to the trade union struggle. There arises a hostility to every theoretical criticism which refers to these limits in connection with the ultimate aims of the labor movement. Fulsome attention and boundless optimism are considered to be the duty of every friend of the trade union movement. But as the social democratic standpoint consists precisely in guarding against uncritical parliamentary optimism, a front is at last made against the social democratic theory. Men grope for a new trade union theory, that is, a theory which would open an illimitable vista of economic progress to the trade union struggle within the capitalist system, in opposition to the social democratic doctrine. Such a theory has indeed existed for some time, the theory of Professor Sombart, which was promulgated with the express intention of driving a wedge between the trade unions and the social democracy in Germany, and of enticing the trade unions over to the bourgeois position. 4. In his path-breaking book on the Jewish question, Karl Koski denounced and refuted one of the most unpleasant aspects of Sombart's nationalism, his anti-Semitism, which led him to become a fellow traveler of the Nazis during the last decade of his life. He died in 1941. 5. Abram Leon also dedicated a whole section of his work on the Jewish question to a refutation of Sombart's thesis, advanced in his book The Jews and Modern Capitalism, to the effect that the Jews were the founders of modern capitalism. 6. But, for all their faults, Sombart's works, because of their wealth of historical data and the insights he gained from his acquaintance with Marx's work, always remained a subject of deep interest for Marxist theoreticians. That is especially true in the case of his massive magnum opus, Der moderne Kapitalismus. When the RST part appeared in 1902, Rudolf Hilferding reviewed it at length. 7 and 37 years later, Leon Trotsky still considered it important enough to criticize it in one of his last books. 8. The essay translated here was not Koski's RST work on America. His earlier writings on American socialism include a critical review of Edward Bellamy's famous utopian novel Looking Backward, 2000 to 1887. Koski considered Bellamy's novel worthless as a work of art. The plot was absurd, the characters foolish, and the author had no understanding whatsoever of the modern labor movement. The Commonwealth of the future was full of housewives, preachers, and rich people no longer anxious about losing their fortune. But the book was nevertheless significant because socialism has until now been an exotic growth in America. It was considered a German product. And in fact the socialist movement, if not composed exclusively of Germans, was an outgrowth of German socialism. The task of creating, on the foundation of international scientific socialism, a truly American Labor Party, with its own literature, program, and tactics, is just now beginning to be undertaken. In view of this situation, Bellamy's book has a great symptomatic significance. It shows the power of the American labor movement. The fact is that it forces even bourgeois circles to deal with social problems that are neither theoretically nor practically under the influence of European socialism. 9. Koski's other writings on the United States include a defense of Friedrich Zarga, whose history of the American labor movement was then being serialized by Die Neue Zeit 10, against the sectarian attacks of Daniel de Leon's Socialist Labor Party, 11, and a review of Al G. Martin Simons's book The American Farmer, published in 1902. 12. Koski also wrote at least one other major item on the United States, namely, his article on the President of the American Federation of Labor, Samuel Gompers, on the occasion of the latter's visit to Germany, a critical edition of which was published by the journal Historical Materialism. 13. That article was part of a long series of polemics with the German Social Democratic Union bureaucracy. Leon Trotsky mentions Koski's The American Worker in the 1922 introduction to his book 1905, describing it as one of the works by Koski that constituted a merciless rejection of Menshevism and a complete theoretical vindication of the subsequent political tactics of the Bolsheviks, that is to say, of the theory of permanent revolution as adopted de facto by Lenin in his 1917 April Theses. 14. Koski's work was immediately translated into Russian and printed in 7 separate editions. Usually under the title The American and Russian Worker, one of them with a preface by the future Bolshevik People's Commissar of Education, Anatoly Lunacharsky. 15. In the 4th chapter of his book Results and Prospects, Summing up the lessons of the 1905 revolution, Trotsky included extensive references to the American worker, remarking that Koskay, in his recent book on the American proletariat, points out that there is no direct relation between the political power of the proletariat and the bourgeoisie on the one hand, and the level of capitalist development on the other, and that Germany, to a certain extent, may learn its future from Russia. Trotsky recommended Koskay's study to our Russian Marxists, who replace independent analysis of social relations by deductions from texts, selected to serve every occasion in life. Nobody compromises Marxism so much as these self-styled Marxists. He added that according to Koskay, Russia stands on an economically low level of capitalist development, but politically it has an insignificant capitalist bourgeoisie and a powerful revolutionary proletariat, and he concluded that under these conditions the Russian man will take power sooner than his master. 16. The Proceedings of the Founding Convention of the Industrial Workers of the World, June 27 to July 8, 1905, 17 clearly showed the influence of the RST Russian Revolution on American events. To quote one of the brightest stars in this galaxy of revolutionary leaders, the famous African-American anarchist communist Lucy E. Parsons. You men and women should be imbued with the spirit that is now displayed in far-off Russia and far-off Siberia, where we thought the spark of manhood and womanhood had been crushed out of them. Let us take an example from them. We see the capitalist class fortifying themselves today behind their citizens' associations and employers' associations in order that they may crush the American labor movement. Let us cast our eyes over to far-off Russia and take heart and courage from those who are fighting the battle there, and from the further fact shown in the dispatches that appear this morning in the news that carries the greatest terror to the capitalist class throughout all the world, the emblem that has been the terror of all tyrants through all the ages. The RED has been raised. 18. A resolution was adopted expressing solidarity with the mighty struggle of the laboring class of far-off Russia, whose outcome is of the utmost consequence to the members of the working class of all countries in their struggle for their emancipation. 19. In his closing speech at the Rafikatian meeting, delivered on July 8, 1905, Bill Haywood, General Secretary of the Western Federation of Miners and a future leader of early American communism, who presided at the founding convention of the IWW, called on the American workers to become organized industrially as the workers in Russia are organized. Applause. Organized into an organization that takes in every man, woman, and child working in an industry. Haywood hoped to see the new movement grow throughout this country until it takes in a great majority of the working people, and that those working people will rise in revolt against the capitalist system as the working class in Russia are doing today. 20. The main shortcoming of the American worker, besides its almost total lack of analysis of the significance of the black question for the American labor movement, blacks constituted more than 10% of the American population in 1910, almost 10 million out of 92 million, is the scant attention Koskay paid to the issue of imperialism and its impact on the labor movement, especially by furthering the development of a labor aristocracy and trade union bureaucracy in the imperialist countries. That was due to the fact that, although the term imperialism began to be used in socialist circles to designate the latest stage of capitalist development as far back as 1900, the European Marxist theoreticians only began to deal with the issue in depth at the time of the Stuttgart Congress of the Second International, which took place on 6 to 24 August 1907, i.e., a year and a half after the publication of Koskay's article. 21. As a contribution to the debate on imperialism, Parvis published his work The Colonial Policy and the Collapse of Capitalism, 22, and, immediately after the Congress, Koskay issued his own brochure on socialism and colonialism, which Babel called his best work. 23. For an overview of the history of American socialism, see Morris Hillquit's History of Socialism in the United States. 24. Koskay probably consulted the RST edition of Hillquit's work for the study translated here. For a description and critical evaluation of the two major socialist organizations of the United States at that time, the Socialist Party of Eugene Debs and the International Workers of the World, see the essays by the historic leader of American Trotskyism, James P. Cannon. 25 For an extensive analysis of Koskai's study, including Koskai's own subsequent political evolution, which led him ultimately to turn against his former comrades in the left to become the ideologist of the SPD Center faction, see the November 2003 issue of the journal Historical Materialism 26. In conceptual terms, the major significance of Koskai's American Worker was that it effectively concluded the debate over permanent revolution for the period of the RST Russian Revolution. Since Koskai had initiated this debate, it is fitting that he should also be the one to summarize its outcome. In 1902, Koskai had RST predicted in The Slavs and Revolution that the Slavs might be the tempest that will break the ice of reaction and irresistibly bring a new, blessed springtime for the peoples. Impressed by the heroism of the Narodnik tradition, and convinced that the emerging Russian proletariat would rise against a regime that plundered the country in the service of foreign capital, Koskai thought the center of revolutionary activity was moving from Western to Eastern Europe and that the coming storms in Russia would reinvigorate social democracy in Germany. In his critique of the draft Iskra program, David Ryazanov was the RST to work out the implications of Koskai's early thinking and to formulate a preliminary theory of permanent revolution. If backward Russia was to initiate the revolutionary reawakening of Europe, it was imperative to understand how a peasant country, which of all the major capitalist powers was the least developed, could possibly leap from the smothering institutions of semi-feudalism into a revolution that would clear the path to a socialist future. Ryazanov answered with the audacious argument that Russia was an exception to the pattern. In the draft program of Iskra and the tasks of Russian Social Democrats, Ryazanov systematically explored the peculiarities of Russian history, much like Trotsky did almost 3 decades later in his History of the Russian Revolution. The RST chapter of Trotsky's book carries the title Peculiarities of Russia's Development. Ryazanov noted that unlike Europe, Russia had seen the rise of a native social revolutionary tradition coincident with the emergence of capitalism, because capitalism was in large part financed by capital imports, and, to that extent, transplanted from Europe, the domestic bourgeoisie was also too weak to support an effective liberal opposition to the autocracy, and the combination of accelerating capitalism with impotent liberalism necessarily left the organized workers responsible for Russia's revolutionary future. In his critical commentary on the work of Lenin and Plekhanov in Iskra's draft program, Ryazanov effectively anticipated all of the major arguments that Leon Trotsky subsequently incorporated into his famous Results and Prospects, which has conventionally been regarded as the initial and definitive statement of the theory of permanent revolution. Trotsky's comrade, Parvus, provided the immediate inspiration for Trotsky's own assessment of Russia, but in conceptual terms Trotsky's most famous theoretical work owed at least as much to Koskai and Ryazanov as to Parvus and even to Marx himself. Koskai and Ryazanov created the theoretical atmosphere from which Trotsky could appropriate and radicalize the conviction that backward Russia might in fact be in the forefront of world historical developments. If it was Trotsky whose rhetorical and literary genius captured the idea of permanent revolution most dramatically for his own and future generations, it was nevertheless Karl Koskai, in The American Worker, who nally answered the riddle posed by Ryazanov's reference to the pattern. Koskai's conclusion was elegantly straightforward: there was and is no single pattern. Koskai compared Russia, England, and the United States in the belief that world capitalism is the contradictory whole that explains the necessary peculiarities of all the parts. Anticipating later theories of imperialism, he related particular histories to the international movement of peoples and capital to account for the dynamic interconnections of world history. Within this larger framework, he saw no one pattern that would uniformly explain class relations in terms of abstract levels of capitalist development. Rather, each extreme can be present in one country only to the extent that the opposite extreme exists in another country. Russia and America were the extremes of capitalism that jointly portended the future of world socialism. Today there is a whole series of countries in which capital controls the whole of economic life, but none of them has developed all the aspects of the capitalist mode of production to the same extent. There are, in particular, two states that face each other as extremes, in which one of the two elements of this mode of production is disproportionately strong, i.e., stronger than. It should be according to its level of development, in America, the capitalist class, in Russia, the working class. Disputing the notion of any single pattern of capitalist development, Koski simultaneously rejected any idea of unilateral economic determinism. Revolutionary spirit was at least as significant as the mundane movement of economic history. In this essay, as in The Slavs and Revolution, Koski looked to Russia as the exemplar of revolutionary romanticism. If the American intelligentsia was spiritually deadened by capitalism of the soul, the Russian intelligentsia, at the opposite extreme, brought to workers the theoretical clarity and solidity of their revolutionary élan. That élan came from beginning with the whole in order to conceptualize the parts. Nothing is more suitable to the spiritual development of the people than revolutionary thought, because nothing can give them a more lofty purpose. The revolutionary thinker always has the whole state and society in view. He does not need to be blind to the little details of everyday life, but he does not expend all his forces on them. He sees in them only part of a greater whole, and assigns them to their proper places. He inquires above all how these particulars affect him and how he can exert an influence on them. He therefore learns to appreciate them correctly and keeps himself free from any illusion about their effects. In The American Worker, Koski captured the spirit of revolution as a significant force in economic and political history. Answering the riddle of the pattern, he concluded that revolutionary spirit, as both a cause and an effect of particular histories, was the decisive force in accounting for the Russian Revolution. It is above all thanks to it that the Russian industrial workers, unorganized, uncultured, and deprived of democratic rights, were able, in a predominantly peasant country, to keep in check the absolutist regime before which all the possessing classes humbled themselves, not only in Russia but also in Europe. ******* Forward to K. Koski, The Russian and the American Worker 27 Anatoly Lunacharsky. This work by Karl Koski, which we are now bringing to the attention of Russian readers, was published in the RST 1906 issues of Die Neue Zeit, the theoretical organ of German social democracy. Although it was written for the German reader, it will also be very interesting to those in other countries, and it especially speaks to the contemporary Russian reader. Until now, no one has shown with such clarity and precision the fundamental course of our economic development. The autocracy, while expanding its armed forces and anxiously caring for its political power, which ultimately took us to Tsushima 28, has surrendered the country to the West European Bourse, to which the Russian people pay a tribute each year of 300 million rubles. This tribute is still rapidly growing at an astounding rate. Western capital is doing everything necessary to preserve a social order in which the Russian worker and the Russian peasant, reduced to a state of humiliation and dire necessity, labor in hellish conditions to ensure a constant flow of gold into the pockets of the gentlemen bankers and their associates. Russia will never raise itself up or put an end to its hunger, its high rate of mortality, or its unbearable poverty, so long as it carries this monstrous burden on its shoulders. State bankruptcy is the real, although still unarticulated, slogan of the broad masses in the movement for liberation. But, in order to end the blood-sucking activity of the Bourse, it is necessary to overthrow its henchmen and faithful servants who still rule Russia. Russia's rulers are merely the unpaid bondsmen and mindless mannequins of European bankers. Our weak bourgeoisie has never been determined to wage the liberation struggle to its conclusion and thus to put an end to the entire system of oppression and exploitation of the people, which in our country goes by the name of national policy. Only the popular masses, upon whom the national burden falls 100 times more heavily, the masses with no privileges or rapacious interests to protect, have the ability to liberate the nation from its enslavement to the Bourse. The Russian proletariat, with the sympathy of an enormous majority of the nation, must and will inevitably stand at the head of these masses, and in fact already does so. Let us not be deceived by the illusory achievements of the liberals. They might be rejoicing, but in reality they are sick at heart. When Rodyshev 29 was asked what they planned to do in their famed Duma, he replied, "How can a young man, who has waited a very long time to meet his beloved young lady and then nally does so, possibly know what he will babble to her in the RST moment? Wouldn't one call the young man a carp, and his beloved young lady a pike? 30 So long as the pike remains strong, any words are of no avail. One must break the pike's power. We have no intention of losing the revolutionary romanticism that Karl Koski speaks of so highly in this pamphlet, or of replacing it with imaginary and clever sobriety or petty realism. We shall look boldly to the future, discern the general character of the movement and the great opportunities it presents, and not stumble over mere bricks on the road or allow them to preoccupy us just because they happen to be in our field of view. We shall have nothing to do with any revisionist short-sightedness. We leave it to our timid bourgeoisie to scold the workers for their impracticality and to cite the example of the practical German worker. Koski calls upon the German worker to learn revolutionary romanticism from his Russian brother. The unique political circumstances that bring the Russian proletariat to the forefront as natural leader of the bourgeois revolution also give it a unique opportunity to take positions that are most beneficial for continuing the struggle and to realize its class ideals. What Koski has to say about Russian capitalism and the Russian proletariat is especially interesting for us. But there is no doubt that his information and conclusions about America are also extremely instructive. They strike a major blow against the position taken by revisionists, and they open up excellent perspectives for the entire international revolutionary workers' movement. The American worker. I2 models for the development of Germany. In his studies on the historical development of the North American proletariat, which Sombart published in the Archive for the Social Sciences, Volume XXI, NOS 1-3, 31, he remarks, "The United States is the country with the most advanced capitalist development, so that its economic structure represents our future. What Marx correctly stated about England in 1867, we may now apply to America. De te fabula narrator, Europa about you, Europe, is the story being told, when we are reporting about conditions in America, at least as far as capitalist development is concerned." 32. This assertion can be accepted only with great reservations. A country like England, which in the 60s of the 19th century could serve in every respect as a classical model of capitalist society and all its tendencies, such a country does not exist anymore. When Marx studied England, it had not only the most highly developed capitalist class but also the most advanced proletariat. That is why it showed in the most consummate way not only the tendencies of capitalist exploitation and organization but also the counter-tendencies of proletarian rebellion and organization. Thus, England was the RST state to develop, in the most denied way, a socialist party, Chartism, a trade union movement, a proletarian cooperative movement, and legislation for the protection of the workers. Today, there is a whole series of countries in which capital controls the whole of economic life, but none of them has developed all the aspects of the capitalist mode of production to the same extent. There are, in particular, two states that face each other as extremes, in which one of the two elements of this mode of production is disproportionately strong, i.e., stronger than it should be according to its level of development. In America, the capitalist class; in Russia, the working class. In America, more than anywhere else, we can speak about the dictatorship of capital. In contrast, nowhere has the ding proletariat reached such significance as in Russia, and this significance must and will increase because this country has just now begun to take part in the modern class struggle. Germany's economy is closest to the American one; its politics, on the other hand, are closest to the Russian. In this way, both countries show us our future. It will have a half American, half Russian character. The more we study Russia and America, and the better we understand both, the more clearly we will be able to comprehend our own future. The American example alone would be as misleading as the Russian. It is certainly a peculiar phenomenon that precisely the Russian proletariat should show us our future, as far as the rebellion of the working class, not the organization of capital, is concerned, because Russia is, of all the great states of the capitalist world, the most backward. This seems to contradict the materialist conception of history, according to which economic development constitutes the basis of politics. But, in fact, it only contradicts that kind of historical materialism of which our opponents and critics accuse us, by which they understand a ready-made model and not a method of inquiry. They reject the materialist conception of history only because they are unable to understand it and to apply it fruitfully. To Russian capitalism. The extraordinary force of the Russian proletariat must be ascribed to two reasons: the lack of a strong native capitalist class and the need to carry out a political revolution in Russia. Capitalism developed in the Russian Empire on a different basis from that in Western Europe. In the West, a strong urban bourgeoisie developed even before princely absolutism. With the help of the bourgeoisie, royal absolutism from the beginning had to wage a struggle against the independent landowning aristocracy and the clergy. The bourgeoisie and absolutism grew stronger together. The surplus from the work of the productive classes, which under commodity production increasingly assumed the form of surplus value, could not be pocketed only by monarchs, aristocrats, and priests. They also had to leave a portion for the urban bourgeoisie. What monarchs and aristocrats swallowed was wasted in military campaigns and ostentation. What the church took was either spent on luxuries or accumulated as treasure. The bourgeoisie, however, transformed its share of the plunder of the native and foreign working classes into capital, which it accumulated more and more. The less the power of monarchs, aristocrats, and priests, the greater was the power of the bourgeoisie in the country, the more rapid, all other conditions being equal, was the accumulation, the self-expansion of capital. On the other hand, the more rapidly the accumulation proceeded, the greater was, to a certain extent, the number, and above all the power, of the capitalists vis-a-vis not only the propertyless and the dominated, but also the property-owning and dominating non-capitalist classes, and the greater was the power of the capitalists in the state. The development of Russia was different. The power of Tsarism did not grow simultaneously with the strengthening of a bourgeoisie or as a result of it. The Russian state rather came into being as a purely agrarian state, as a regime of Asiatic despotism tightly connected with Western Europe precisely at a time when absolutism there had succeeded in subjugating the church and the nobility, had created its own organs of government in the standing army and the bureaucracy, and was becoming increasingly distrustful, even hostile, towards the rising bourgeoisie. Russian despotism recognized immediately how valuable the means of government of West European absolutism, a standing army and a bureaucracy, could be, and it introduced them into Russia as rapidly as possible. That was, above all, the famous civilizing role of Peter the Great. The tools that were RST and best employed to strengthen the Oriental despotism of the Tsars in order, with the help of the means of coercion of capitalist civilization, to make it the equal of Western European absolutism, were supplied by Frenchmen and especially Germans. In terms of internal politics, however, this meant that in order to increase the power of the Tsar the surplus of the productive classes had to be taken away, and the number of unproductive expenditures that had to be defrayed from that surplus, especially the expenses of soldiers and bureaucrats, increased. Peter I raised the burden of taxation by VE times. The civilizing of Russia thus meant a strengthening of the means to plunder it, not an increase of its capitalist wealth as in Western Europe. A substantial capitalist class like the West European bourgeoisie could not develop under these circumstances. The economic development of the country was therefore extraordinarily slow, whereas to the extent that the Tsars continued with their civilizing process and tightened their connection with Western Europe, their share in the politics of the great European states grew. The Russian Empire had to keep pace in arms expenditure with the rapidly growing large capitalist states, while the economic distance between them increased continuously. The result was an incredible financial mismanagement already in the 18th century. The two methods used by the governments of capitalist countries to obtain money were profusely employed: loans and currency forgery. The printing of irredeemable paper money is nothing else. If credit was scarce and nobody wanted to lend money, then the printing press was brought into use. If the state found creditors, the fabrication of counterfeit money could pause for a while. If no other alternative was feasible, then a little state bankruptcy was tried, as in 1843, when the old paper money was taken out of circulation and replaced by a new one, with this proviso, however, that only one new ruble was received in exchange for 3.5 old ruble notes. The mortgaging of the state thus grew uninterruptedly. It is true that the growth of the national debt is not a Russian peculiarity, and there are even some bourgeois economists who believe that a big national debt is the basis of national prosperity. Under certain conditions there is a grain of truth in this assertion. The interest of the national debt is in fact an eternal payment of tribute from the state to the capitalists. It means that the state exploits the productive classes in order to increase capital. The growth of the national debt thus means a growth of the proletariat on the one hand and of capital on the other hand. If the capitalists, to whom the state is indebted, reside within its own boundaries, the national debt can become a means to promote the development of capitalist production, whose elements, proletarians and capitalists, increase because of the payment of interest. This impoverishes the working people, but it enriches the capitalist class and develops capitalist production. The effects of the national debt are, however, completely different when the state creditors reside outside the country. The payments of interest on the national debt are in this case only a constant drain of money abroad. To the extent that the interest payments become capital, they enrich foreign countries but impoverish the indebted country. In these conditions, the public debt produces indeed local proletarians but only foreign capitalists. That is what happened in Turkey and, to a no lesser extent, in the Russian Empire. There is, however, a difference between these two countries. Turkey has become so helpless that it must involuntarily submit to the dictate of foreigners. It exists as an independent state only thanks to the jealousy of the different powers, none of which can have the whole booty alone. They all agree, however, in plundering the unlucky land and forcing their own products onto it, thus hindering the development of any local industry. Because of this, we see in the Turkish economy, as in the Russian, a progressive decay of agriculture and a growth in the number of proletarians, but, in Turkey, these proletarians can and no employment in capitalist industry. The most passive among them turn to begging, the most energetic become bandits and rebels, who never die out in Turkey no matter how many of them are executed. But Russia was not as helpless as Turkey. As soon as the Russian government realized what power capitalist industry confers upon the state, it tried to promote the industrial development of the country. It certainly did not lack proletarians, the land had millions of beggars and peasants looking for jobs. But where was the necessary capital to be found? It was impossible to nd it in Russia. Foreign capital had to be attracted in order to build railways, open mines, erect blast furnaces, spinning mills, weaving mills, sugar refineries, etc. And, since surplus capital in Western Europe, the surplus value east from the local workers and the foreign possessions, had grown so much by the 80s of the 19th century that it could not nd enough investment possibilities at home and was being sent at serious risk to such places as Portugal, Greece, Turkey, Venezuela. Why not send it to Russia? Thus, with mostly foreign capital, a heavy industry was developed in Russia, which grew with special rapidity in the last 2 decades. This transformed a great part of the Russian proletarians from lumpenproletarians or indigent small peasants into wage workers, from timid and servile beggars and servants into decided revolutionary leaders. But this growth of a strong proletariat was not paralleled by the growth of a similarly strong Russian capitalist class. These facts gave the class struggle of the proletariat in the empire of the Tsars an altogether peculiar character. When the Russian proletariat GHTS against capital, it GHTS largely against the foreigners, against the exploiters who impoverish and weaken the whole of Russia, who take out all the surplus value that the land produces. The proletariat is thus the champion of the common interests of Russian society. On the other hand, the Tsar, with his whole paraphernalia of soldiers, Cossacks, and chinovniks bureaucrats, appears as the representative of the interests of the foreigners who exploit the whole of Russia. The modern government is everywhere the weapon of the capitalists, but Russian absolutism is the weapon of foreign capital. It is the representative of the interests of European nants against the Russian people, whom it plunders in order to hand over meekly the lion's share of the booty. That is, in a sense, one of the sources of strength of the present Russian government. The international usurers know what a servile representative of their interests they have in absolutism, and therefore they support it with all their might even though they know the kind of swindlers they are dealing with. But for precisely this reason the politically conscious population of Russia knows very well that it cannot escape from this state of pauperization and misery without overthrowing absolutism, and since the country has no strong capitalist class able to oppose the ruinous policy of the government, the struggle for the interests of the whole of Russia falls on the shoulders of the only strong modern class it possesses, the industrial proletariat. In this way, the Russian workers are able to exert a strong political influence, and the struggle for liberation of the land from the strangling octopus of absolutism has become a duel between the Tsar and the working class, a duel in which the peasants provide indispensable assistance but in which they can by no means play a leading role. 3. Native and foreign capital. 33. The analysis of the social and political effects of capital coming from abroad, as distinguished from capital locally accumulated, never occupied a prominent place in classical political economy or even in the works of Marx. Ricardo indicated, in the 7th chapter of his Principles of Political Economy and Taxation, how difficult it was for capital to overcome the barriers to the export of capital. These barriers have almost completely disappeared only in modern times. Theory must investigate the problem of the effects of capital in its most simple form, leaving aside, for instance, the existence of foreign countries, and proceeding under the assumption that there is only one capitalist community, much as it distinguishes between capitalists and wage workers and abstracts from the presence of other classes that are of great significance for social and political praxis. Only after these capitalist relations are comprehended in their most simple form is it possible to investigate and understand their more complex manifestations. 34. The power of capital over wage labor is evident. The more capital accumulates and large-scale enterprise develops, the more the means of production will be the monopoly of the capitalist class, the more numerous will be the propertyless masses, and the more impossible will it be for them to win their livelihood in any other way but through the sale of their labor power to the sole owners of the means of production. All that is well known. But the more the capitalist mode of production develops and the mass of capital grows, the more dependent on capital will be also the non-capitalist, property-owning, and dominant classes, which are able through their positions of power to appropriate part of the surplus value and often even of the value of labor power. That is the origin of the ground rent of the landlords, of the taxes of the princes, etc. Their feudal traditions and their social and political functions in contemporary society induce these classes to spend as much money as possible. One has only to think, for instance, about the arms race. 35. They therefore indeed themselves in constant need of money, and they must repeatedly borrow from those classes that accumulate capital and under whose sway they consequently fall, no matter how much hatred and contempt they feel towards their creditors. Finally, the power of capital in society rests upon the position of dependence in which every unproductive class is placed, not only those who live a useless parasitic life like the landlords, but also those who are very active and play an exceptionally useful, sometimes even indispensable role in society. The personal consumption of the members of the dominant and exploiting classes is usually insignificant, and it is relatively smaller, the more the rate of exploitation grows. A large part of the surplus generated by the productive classes and appropriated by the exploiters has always been used to maintain a stratum of unproductive workers. On this stratum rests to a great extent the social and political power of the exploiters. For instance, what the medieval landlords squeezed out of the peasants was not consumed by them alone but was used to maintain vassals and subordinates, buffoons and prostitutes, troubadours and astrologers, chaplains and stable hands, etc. Since all these lived from the produce of the exploitation of the productive classes, they faced the people as partners in the exploitation and as defenders of the exploitative system. The more the capitalist mode of production develops, and the more capital comes to the fore as a means of exploitation, the greater will be the number of unproductive workers employed by it. Accumulation is the main aim of the capitalists, to which they subordinate all others. As long as capital is scarce and its pro-t small, the capitalist is stingy in his personal consumption, he is puritanical and full of contempt not only for senseless luxury and pomp but also for serious art and science. But the more capital and the rate of exploitation grow, the easier it becomes for the capitalists not only to let accumulation go ahead at full speed but also to increase their personal consumption and feed an army of unproductive workers, lackeys of all sorts, learned and unlearned, aesthetic and unesthetic, ethical and cynical. These unproductive workers play a crucial role in the defense of exploitation, in which they have themselves an indirect interest. They diminish the number of productive, directly exploited workers, of victors against exploitation. To them belongs also a large part of the intelligentsia, who enhance the thoughts and feelings of the people through their oratory, writings, and works of art. Finally, these strata constitute the latter most easily accessible to the exploited in order to rise above the reach of exploitation to a position closer to that of the dominant classes. The wider these strata, the greater the possibilities of entering into them from below, the more numerous will be the elements among the exploited that will attempt to better their position in that way instead of doing it through an energetic class struggle, and the more powerful will be the influence that the unproductive workers exert on the views of the productive workers. How do these relations turn out in those places where capital does not come from within the country but from abroad, so that the surplus value that it extracts also goes to foreign countries? The opposition between entrepreneurs and wage workers, as well as between usurers and debtors, will become more evident, will be more easily understood and more oppressively felt, when both parts belong to different nations lacking any cultural community. But that is only true where both parts come into personal contact, and therefore usually where both live in the same country. Thus, for instance, in Russia the factory owner or the factory director may be a Jew as opposed to a Gentile, or a German as opposed to a Slav. But, in the case of non-personal capital, such as state loans or joint stock companies, this personal antagonism is from the outset excluded. On the other hand, as we have already remarked, the drain of surplus value to foreign lands leads to an impoverishment of the whole country, of all classes, not only of those productively occupied. But at RST that may go unnoticed. The RST effect of capital coming from abroad is to increase the amount of capital in the country, to expand the demand for means of production and the number of workers employed in their production, and consequently also to increase the consumption of objects of personal consumption. Only gradually do the effects of the growing drain of surplus value abroad make their appearance, until they finally become so massive that they can, at most, be only temporarily concealed by extensive capital imports. The effect of foreign loans that bring practically no capital into the state, and whose function is, for instance, the payment of interest owed to foreign creditors or the unproductive purchase of products of foreign industry, such as cannons or warships, is, as a matter of course, to impoverish the land. At RST, the growing indebtedness of Russia to foreign countries, in the 80s of the 19th century, seemed to inaugurate an era of economic growth. And there are still people foolish enough to believe that if peace and order are restored in Russia they will bring with them general prosperity, without having to make the slightest alteration in the present bureaucratic military regime or in the rising indebtedness to foreign countries resulting from it. But what must be evident from the outset in a land with a capitalist industry, where the capital was supplied from abroad, is the lack of a significant stratum of unproductive workers, servants and intellectuals, dependent on capital. The number of unproductive workers may be quite large in absolute terms, but capital will have less influence on them. If they perform personal services, they will mainly depend on other classes, on landowners, for instance. If they are intellectuals, they will live in poverty, but they will be more independent of capitalist feelings and ideas. The capitalists have an opinions only on those strata where they spend their surplus value, not on those from whom they draw it. A French Nancier bold enough to spend his money on Russian government securities or on Russian industrial or railway shares, will employ not Russian but French servants, will amuse himself with French, not with Russian actresses, will be the Mecenas 36 of French musicians, painters, poets, will receive in his salons French, not Russian politicians and scholars, and will put Ronis, if he is pious or wants to preserve religion for the masses, French instead of Russian cloisters, he will bribe French, not Russian journalists. The surplus value produced in Russia will thus serve to increase his opinions in France, not in Russia. That is an important reason why the majority of the intelligentsia nowhere has, on the one hand, a lower standard of living and, on the other hand, a greater independence from capital, a stronger antagonism to it, a greater understanding of the proletariat and a more ardent devotion to its cause, than in Russia. Those strata whose profession in Western Europe is to put to sleep and mislead the class consciousness of the proletariat, in Russia mostly work untiringly to enlighten the proletariat about its class position. Nowhere is the number of theoretically educated socialist agitators greater than in the land of the illiterates. If the Russian proletariat, in its struggle against capital and its tool, absolutism, represented the vital interests of the entire society more than the proletariat of any other country, it was also led, more than the proletariat of any other country, by a large army of representatives of modern scientific thought and research, and was taught and inspired by modern artistic sensibility. For English capitalism. Completely different from Russia are the effects of capitalist development in a country like England, where, in recent decades, the market for industry and even industry itself have expanded slowly, but where, on the other hand, the mass of surplus value that ows into the hands of the capitalist class, and therefore also the accumulation of new capital, are colossal, where, year after year, a constantly growing mass of capital, instead of becoming industrial capital at home, ows to foreign countries as money capital in order to assume there the form of unproductive state loans or of industrial or mercantile capital. The number of capitalists in such a country will be disproportionately much greater than what would correspond to its degree of industrial development. Under certain circumstances, their numbers can increase even more quickly than the number of proletarians, but one must be careful not to take this case as typical of all capitalist societies. Each extreme can be present in one country only to the extent that the opposite extreme exists in another country. To a disproportionately large number of capitalists there also corresponds a disproportionately large number of servants as well as members of the so-called liberal professions. If the members of these social strata are especially numerous in England, they are also dependent on capital to the highest degree. Leaving aside the domestic servants, the English artists, scholars, and writers are more than anywhere else within the sphere of opinions of capitalism, RST, because a much larger proportion of them are economically dependent on the capitalists as clients or entrepreneurs, and secondly, because an unusually large part of the members of the liberal professions are directly interested in capitalist exploitation. In contradistinction to the industrial or commercial entrepreneur, the money capitalist, for instance the owner of state bonds or shares, is in the agreeable position of having to dedicate virtually no time to the administration of his property. A bank demands a minimal amount of administrative work from its owners. Next to the landowners, the money capitalist is the most idle and super-use person in capitalist society. That gives him the opportunity, of which he generally makes extensive use, to kill his time in the most stupid ways. To employ their fortunes with taste and intelligence, as did many landowning aristocracies in lands of ancient culture such as Athens or France, is beyond the capabilities of the modern capitalists, something the American financial magnates especially have shown in the most striking manner. But, where the number of money capitalists is large, there will always be some who will use their leisure time to carry out artistic and scientific work or who will take an interest in its promotion. Moreover, the development of impersonal money capital invested in bank, railway, or industrial shares, and in federal, state or city bonds, creates the possibility of transforming even the smallest amounts of money into money capital. That makes little impression on the wage workers because their opposition to the capitalist class that exploits them is too strong to be overcome by the interest that they can receive from their meager savings. But it does have a strong influence on the members of the intelligentsia, who often obtain large amounts of surplus money, and who stand much closer to the capitalist class in their standard of living and social connections and usually do not feel exploited by it. All these circumstances mean that capitalist ideas and feelings are highly developed in the English intelligentsia. While Russian intellectuals still preserve a strong communist sensibility so that, for instance, the sharing of momentary surpluses with their comrades seems natural to them, among the English intelligentsia, just as in the capitalist class, the bourgeois striving to accumulate every surplus and turn it into capital prevails. No wonder there are very few English intellectuals from whom the proletariat can get a deeper insight about its class position and its class interests and tasks than the insight it can gain by itself from its everyday experience. But not only are the servants and members of the intelligentsia more numerous and more dependent on capital in England than anywhere else, the large capital exports, which give rise to a strong influx of surplus value into the country, also make the opposition of the proletariat to the capitalist system weaker than it should be according to the degree of industrial development. While, in a country like Russia or India, capitalist exploitation leads to constant impoverishment of the country, in England it is a means of enriching the country, of accumulating a perpetually growing booty that was won through plundering the whole world. Even the propertyless classes benefit in many ways from this plunder. The greater the surplus value coming from foreign lands, the larger will be the amounts of money owing into the state and the communities in the form of taxes, and the greater will be the possibilities of treating the poor with consideration or of increasing the number of public works. If England is still the land of free trade, this is partially due to the growing exploitation of foreign countries. The same is true of Holland. Protective tariffs are also national tributes, taxes on the consumption of the great masses of the people. In England, the mass of surplus value owing yearly to the capitalist class from abroad is so enormous that it can relinquish use of this means of bleeding the people. For money capital as for merchant capital, protective tariffs are not a means of increasing its proteus as they are for industrial capital. Thanks to the preponderance of money and merchant capital, England retains its free trade policy and rejects the modern policy of protectionism that sharpens considerably the class antagonism between proletarians and capitalists. The mass of surplus value that owed into the country also facilitated the practice of charity, which is nowhere as highly developed as in England. To be sure, the lion's share of this money fell into the hands of the scions of the possessing classes and the members of the intelligentsia. The administrative costs of the philanthropic institutions in England are enormous. What remained for the actual poor was relatively little and was totally inadequate to check, even to some extent, the frightful poverty, as shown clearly by the data on unemployment. But it was sufficient to blunt the opposition of many workers to the capitalist system. To be sure, the opposition between the proletariat and industrial capital in England has been growing since the 1880s. Since that period, British industry has lost its predominance in the world market and has been exposed to the bitter competition of ever more powerful, growing industrial states. But the English workers find it difficult to widen their struggle against the industrial entrepreneur into a struggle against the whole capitalist system of exploitation. They turn against particular manifestations of it, such as the sweatshops or unemployment, without asking themselves to what extent these are connected with the whole of capitalist society and without opposing this society in all its manifestations, without assaulting all its 40ed positions. During the Boer War, chauvinism found no energetic opposition in their ranks. 37 Even some socialists paid tribute to imperialism on that occasion. The lamentations of India fall on deaf ears among them. It is true that the new Labour Party wants to remain independent from both liberals and conservatives, but, until now, it has refused to adopt a Night program out of fear that it might be a socialist one. And even Keir Hardie felt compelled to polemicize against the idea of the class struggle a year ago. 38. Hence, contrary to Russia, nowhere is capitalism stronger, nowhere did socialist ideas end more obstacles in the working class itself, than in that country in which 2/3 of the gainfully employed persons are industrial or railway workers. To be sure, English capitalism will suffer a frightful collapse when the oppressed lands rebel and refuse to continue paying tribute. If England loses India, Egypt, and South Africa, a mass of surplus value, which today goes to enrich the country, will remain abroad, the workers will have to pay higher taxes, industrial capital will again have the decisive voice, and the antagonism between capital and workers will be sharpened to the highest degree. If it does not come even sooner, socialism will then become inevitable in England. Till then, however, it will wage a more difficult struggle there than in much more backward countries. V. Capitalism in the United States. The United States represents yet another special kind of development. As a capitalist country, it is not older than Russia. According to Bryce, in the period between 1830 and 1840 there were in America few great fortunes and almost no poverty. In 1845, there were for the RST time in Philadelphia 10 millionaires, in New York in 1855 there were only 28. It was the Civil War of the 1860s that suddenly brought the capitalists to power in the United States. Since then, capitalism has developed with tremendous speed. The accumulation and concentration of capital have made rapid progress. In 1892 there were, according to Cleveland Moffat's report in Wilshire's magazine, 200 millionaires in Philadelphia and 2,000 in New York. In terms of her capital base, that is, the amount of her capital accumulation, says Sombart in his already mentioned article, the United States, despite her comparative youth, is today beyond all other countries. The concentration of capital comes to light clearly in the extent of the American trusts. Sombart gives an overview of them based on Moody's work on the trusts, published in 1904-39, and summarizes its results with these words. If one adds together all these giant combinations, within which by far the largest part of American economic life is included, one arrives at the enormous total of 8,664 controlled subsidiaries and $20,379,000,000 in capital assets. Just think. 80,000 billion marks concentrated in the hands of a few capitalists. 40. Comrade Simons, in his recently published excellent work, which offers a short synopsis of the socio-economic development of the United States from its origins, estimates the contemporary fortunes of the trusts to be even greater, $30 billion, i.e., 120 billion marks. 41. The personal fortune of the richest of the magnates of Nance, John D. Rockefeller alone, was estimated at $1 billion, as much as the war compensations that France in 1871 had to pay to Germany as a result of the Franco-Prussian War, a sum then unheard of and that many doubted wealthy France would be able to raise. True, John Rockefeller's fortune far surpasses those of his fellow magnates. The 9 richest among them, Andrew Carnegie, Marshall Field, W. R. Vanderbilt, J.J. Astor, J.P. Morgan, Russell Sage, J.J. Hill, William A. Clark, and William Rockefeller, only possess together about as much as he does. But the capital that they can command or control is much greater than the capital they own. Where did that fabulous growth of capital come from? Above all, it came from the fact that in the United States there was no significant power with which capital had to share its surplus value and which would squander its portion unproductively. Thanks to the enormous tracts of unoccupied land, there was until recently no ground rent of any consequence in the United States, no class of landowners able to appropriate for themselves a part of the surplus value in order to waste it as the European feudal landowners did. I am abstracting here from the southern planters, whose regime ended when that of the capitalists began. Besides, the United States was in the agreeable position of being so far from European affairs and so free from the threat of any invasion that it did not have to sacrifice much for militarism. Its navy and army were small. The American Army in 1870 had only 35,000 men, in 1903, 60,000. This army, composed of conscripts, was relatively expensive, but the country was spared the bloodletting caused in Europe by the unproductive occupation of so many millions of its best workers. In the German Empire alone, there are at present more than 600,000 men who are withdrawn from the production process in that way. If we assume that each one of them could have produced an annual value of 2,000 marks, wages and surplus value in its different forms, that means that the German people lost every year as a result of militarism, next to the billions that the army cost, more than 2 additional billions in wasted productive capacity. If one adds to that the sums, about which there are virtually no statistical data, that are squandered each year by the feudal landowners as ground rent, the ground rent owing each year to the landowners in England was estimated at £300 million sterling, i.e. 6 million marks, one gets for Germany alone, though the same is true of the other European states, a huge sum that was taken away every year from the economy owing to the existence of private property in land and militarism, and which could have been employed either to increase the personal consumption of the working class or the accumulation of capital. No wonder that, in the United States, where burdens of that kind did not exist, capital grew far more quickly than in Europe, and Europe was increasingly outstripped by the United States. But, in opposition to England, this capital remained in the country and served mainly for the development of industry, because while the expansion of the home market for English industry was constantly slowing down, the market for American industry grew. This was due once again to the quantity of free land still not appropriated by private owners, as well as to the insignificance of the burdens that weighed upon the American farmers. Thanks to the high rates of natural demographic growth as well as to immigration, one had only to make these lands available for cultivation in order to increase quickly the number of farms and therefore the size of the home market. This was done through construction of railways in deserted wildernesses. 42 The railroads in America have had an entirely different significance for the expansion of industry and its home market than in Europe. The whole of Europe had 296,000 kilometers of railways in 1902, Germany, 53,700, by contrast, the United States alone had 326,000. The number of people gainfully occupied in agriculture grew in the United States from almost 6 million in 1870 to more than 10 million in 1900. In England, by contrast, it declined, as it has also done recently in Germany. 43 The agricultural population of America therefore grew in a way entirely different from that of Europe. Moreover, not only its rate of growth but also its consumption capacity differentiated it from the European agricultural population. The American farmer is totally different from the English agricultural laborer as well as from the Russian or even the German small peasant. Until now, he usually had at his disposal at least as much land as he could cultivate, and from the value that he produced he usually had to pay no ground rent, either in the form of rentpixens or of mortgage payments, just 2 decades ago. To a large extent, that is still true even today. He also had to give less money than the European peasant did to the state and was free from the tribute in labor power represented by compulsory military service. Thus most of the value that he produced remained with him and served either for his personal consumption or to renew and improve his technical apparatus. In both cases, he supplied a market for industry. Moreover, the railways, with their immense needs, also constituted an ever-growing clientele for industry. The railways, however, were intimately linked to agriculture since their profitability depended mostly on the transportation of agricultural produce. These peculiar American conditions not only were especially favorable for the accumulation of capital, they also enabled this enormous mass of accumulated capital to end employment at home and particularly in industry, including the railways. The entire capitalist class of the country therefore had, directly or indirectly, the highest interest in the greatest exploitation of the working class, because on it depended the extent of its protests. It was more united and hostile toward the working class than was the capitalist class of England, where money and merchant capital often have interests different from those of industrial capital, and where the capitalists partly draw their protests from sources other than exploitation of the local workers. 6. The national divisions of American workers. If the capitalists in America are a much more homogeneous class than in England, nowhere is the working class more heterogeneous than in the United States. That is also a result of the surplus of land that until recently existed in the Union. Without great expenditure, every healthy white American with some knowledge of agriculture was able to become an independent farmer and thus avoid being exploited by capital as a wage worker. The American-born population therefore supplied only few workers, and since capital and the market for industry both grew quickly, the demand for wage workers was large while its supply from the ranks of the native-born population remained small. From the beginning, the wages of American workers had to be high because the above-described social relations enabled the farmers to produce and keep for themselves a considerable mass of products. In his analysis of the value of labor power, Marx remarked in Capital that in contradistinction to other commodities, there enters into the determination of the value of the labor power a historical and moral element. 44 But this element has a natural basis, and that is the national average yield of the small peasant estate. The small peasantry is the great supplier of additional labor power for the capitalists. It produces in most countries a numerous progeny that cannot end its livelihood in agriculture and ends up in industry, so that wages for simple, unskilled industrial work are determined by the living standards of the sons of the small peasants who owe into industry and of the farm hands of the rich peasants. The work of peasants and farm hands is by no means simple. On the contrary, it is very complicated and requires a long apprenticeship. But, for industry, this apprenticeship is worthless. In industry, the wage workers coming from agriculture are, as a rule, employed at RST only as unskilled workers. The living standards of the peasant, in turn, depended on the quantity and quality of land at his disposal, the efficiency of his tools and methods of labor and, nally, on the share that he had to hand over to the landowners, the clergy, and the state. In the last analysis, these social relations determine the foundation of wages in a given country. That they were nowhere more favorable than in America requires, after what has been said, no further explanation. The American farmer had plenty of land at his disposal, fertile land, burdened with few taxes, and without the drain of labor power represented by military service. He produced a surplus large enough for the acquisition of efficient tools that, in turn, increased agricultural production, and popular education was universal and good enough to make possible their intelligent employment. The living standards of the small farmer, which were determinant for the entire working class, therefore had to be quite high. But, even when the capitalists were ready to pay the corresponding wages, in America they had no prospects of receiving from the peasantry a sufficient number of workers. Since there was so much free land, it lured successive generations to set up new farms instead of falling into dependence in the cities. Despite its fertility, the rate of natural growth of the urban proletariat is very low and frequently negative, because its mortality is also very high. And with high wages it was not difficult to save enough money to set up a new farm because the price of land was practically nominal. In that way, numerous elements from the urban proletariat repeatedly left their class in order to turn to agriculture. Under these circumstances a mass proletariat, without which industrial capital cannot thrive, could not have developed, and capital would have retained the form of merchant and money capital had not a powerful factor come to its rescue, the massive immigration of foreign laborers. Though the southern planters compulsorily imported numerous bound workers from Africa, free laborers came of their own will in huge numbers from Europe, at RST especially from England, Ireland, and Germany, but later also from Italy, Austria, Russia. They were attracted by the prospect of settling as independent farmers or of earning high wages in the cities. The RST group increased the number of farmers and therefore the market for industry and the clientele for the railways. The second, lacking the means or the agricultural knowledge, supplied industrial capital with the necessary labor force. Thus, foreign immigrants have always played a large role in the American economy, and they form an especially large percentage of the wage workers. 45. Accordingly, the gainfully employed white persons of American parentage, which for the sake of brevity we will call Anglo-Americans, do not represent even half of the total number of gainfully employed persons. They constitute a third of those employed in domestic and personal service, and only 2 FTHs of the industrial workers. 46. The data show clearly that whites of American parentage are only weakly represented in the industrial proletariat. In many important branches of industry they constitute only a quarter, and sometimes as little as a FTH or a tenth of the gainfully employed persons. Especially small is the number of Anglo-Americans in New York. Out of 1,102,471 gainfully employed males, only 195,205 are whites of American parentage. Out of 419,594 industrial workers, only 52,827, out of 56,095 textile workers, only 580. For that reason, New York is considered over there as a European suburb. The workers within the particular groups are, however, by no means a homogeneous mass. The immigrants, above all, present a most variegated picture. The largest groups among them are the Germans, who constitute 29.5% of the immigrants, the Irish, 21.7%, and the English, 9.3%. The immigrants of each nationality are distributed among the different occupations in very different proportions. Austrian social democracy experienced many difficulties due to the multiplicity of nations from which the proletariat of that land is recruited. But at least these nations are not strangers, they have developed under the same government, the same laws, sometimes even the same cultural traditions, so that, for instance, a Bohemian German is distinguished from a Czech by nothing more than his language. In America, on the contrary, the immigrants are so different from one another as well as from the native population in their race, religion, and cultural peculiarities, that they are barely able to understand each other even if they have learned to speak the same language. Nowhere is it more difficult to unite the masses in a centralist movement. While in Russia a very large part of the capital comes from abroad, making the population weaker and the proletariat stronger than they should be according to the degree of industrial development of the country, in America a very considerable section of the industrial proletariat comes from abroad, indeed from the four corners of the world, whereas its capital is totally indigenous and almost completely connected to the circle of interests of industrial capital. Here, capital is stronger and the proletariat weaker than they should be according to the degree of industrial development of the country. 6. The lack of revolutionary romanticism in America. One of the most important reasons for the relative weakness of the American and the relative strength of the Russian proletariat is the different extent to which capital and the proletariat come from abroad, but it is not the only one. A further reason is that a larger section of the Russian workers are led with what some of our comrades now like contemptuously to call revolutionary romanticism, whereas most American workers are still actuated by that spirit of healthy realpolitik that deals only with proximate and tangible things, a characteristic that LLS the above-mentioned comrades with admiration. These different worldviews did not originate in the different racial characteristics of Russia and America but in the dissimilarities in the historical development of both nations. The Russian worker developed in a state that united the barbarism of Asiatic despotism with the means of coercion developed by modern absolutism in the 18th century. It is within this framework that the capitalist mode of production developed in Russia. As soon as the proletariat began to move, it immediately came across almost insuperable obstacles in every direction, experienced in the most painful way the insanity of the political situation, learned to hate it, and felt compelled to GHT against it. It was totally impossible to reform this situation, the only possible course was a complete revolution of the established order. Thus, the Russian workers developed as instinctive revolutionaries who enthusiastically adopted conscious revolutionary thought because it only articulated in a clearer and more precise way what they had already obscurely felt and suspected. And they found a strong stratum of intellectuals who, like them, suffered under the existing conditions, like them were mostly condemned to live a wretched existence, like them could only exist in a constant struggle against the existing order of things and, like them, could only hope for deliverance through its complete revolution. These intellectuals brought to the workers the theoretical clarity and solidity of their revolutionary elan. Nothing is more suitable to the spiritual development of the people than revolutionary thought because nothing can give them a more lofty purpose. The revolutionary thinker always has the whole state and society in view. He does not need to be blind to the little details of everyday life, but he does not expend all his forces on them. He sees in them only part of a greater whole, and assigns them to their proper places. He inquires above all how these particulars affect him and how he can exert an influence on them. He therefore learns to appreciate them correctly and keeps himself free from any illusion about their effects. Since his aims are so vast, he learns to consider events in terms of the historical periods in which they can be achieved. He does not let himself be discouraged by defeats or blinded by partial successes. Because he examines every particular aspect in connection with the whole, he does not let himself be confused with panaceas that promise to free the whole state and the entire society from all its wrongs, quickly and painlessly, simply by changing a single phenomenon. Finally, because he always has the whole of society in view, he recognizes more clearly the great lines of demarcation that separate the different classes despite particular points of contact. He understands the significance and problems of the class struggle more clearly and is able to infuse greater resolution and unity of purpose in the struggles of his own class. The revolutionary worldview thus bestows on the proletariat greater force and steadiness of development. Revolutionary romanticism is of the greatest practical utility for the workers. It is above all thanks to it that the Russian industrial workers, unorganized, uncultured, and deprived of democratic rights, were able, in a predominantly peasant country, to keep in check the absolutist regime before which all the possessing classes humbled themselves not only in Russia but also in Europe. Things are different in America. If Russia is the most unfree, America is the freest country of the capitalist world, freer even than England and Switzerland, where a medieval aristocracy sank strong roots and where, as late as the 19th century, political equality and the right of association had to be achieved through earth struggles. The northern states of the Union, founded by peasant and petty bourgeois fugitives during the period of the religious wars that followed the Reformation, for a long time bore the burden of European traditions but eventually developed, in correspondence with their economic conditions, state constitutions granting the greatest freedom and equality. 47 And the prevailing social relations, above all the existence of an inexhaustible reserve of land, which made this RST and most important means of production available to all 48 and for a long time, prevented the formation of a mass proletariat, made sure that this freedom and equality did not remain on paper only. The scarcity of educated persons opened up the doors of the state administration, the practice of law and journalism, in short, all the most important domains of the intelligentsia. Every intellectually energetic citizen was able to acquire without great difficulties the knowledge necessary for the fulfillment of these roles. That was made relatively easier by the popular system of education, which was universal and very good. Under these conditions, an intellectual aristocracy could not develop, and even less a closed state bureaucracy, because the party momentarily in power, which changed frequently, disposed of the state posts. Every intelligent worker, no matter from which social stratum he came, could expect to step up to a higher social position or at least to rise above the ranks of the exploited. Thus, for a long time, all the conditions were lacking that could suggest to the exploited classes the necessity of a decisive transformation of the state institutions. Even the exploited classes themselves, as a mass phenomenon, were missing. And the mentality arising from these conditions has continued to exist to the present day. It is true that, in the meantime, a strong proletariat and the strongest capitalist class in the world have appeared in the United States, but, despite that, to this day the mass of the people can be divided according to their feelings, not between capitalists and proletarians but between those who are already capitalists and those who want to become such. Of course, between the two classes in America, in fact, especially in America, there is also the deepest antagonism of interests. But, during the whole course of his historical development, the American worker has never, until now, been forced to inquire into and oppose the totality of the existing social order. He always turns against particular institutions that annoy him. Any analysis of the origin of these particular phenomena, or of their connection with the entire political and social organism, appeared to him as idle rumination. In his contempt for any theory, our Praktiker 49 could end true happiness. The American intelligentsia strengthens this worldview of the workers. While in Russia the intelligentsia, because of its social position, became the indispensable agency through which revolutionary consciousness was brought to the proletariat, which it resembled in so many aspects, in America it represented the connecting link between the proletariat and the capitalist class. Many proletarians enter politics, journalism, and the legal professions, which, because of the vastness of the country, constitute sources of enrichment, ladders by means of which a person can escape from the ranks of the propertyless and become part of the capitalist class. The American intelligentsia is therefore completely dominated by the desire to get rich and is led with the most unscrupulous capitalism of the soul. From this intelligentsia, the worker can receive no enlightenment about his interests and the historical tasks of his class. The American intellectuals themselves know nothing about these matters and, even when they do know, they hide it carefully. Conditions in the United States are therefore very unfavorable for the development of a resolute proletarian class consciousness and for setting great goals involving the transformation of the entire society. These circumstances do not, to be sure, bridge over the opposition of interests between capital and labor. In fact, it is perhaps more glaring today than in Europe because the American capitalists, unhindered by any petty bourgeois or ideological traditions, pursue their interests much more ruthlessly, and the American workers, thanks to the democratic traditions of the country, likewise get back in a most determined and resolute manner. But all these numerous conists as a rule turn around some momentary demands. To the extent that these comprise a more far-reaching aim, it is generally an isolated one by means of which the workers hope to defend themselves from some particular opponent or correct some particular wrong in the state or in society without transforming them radically. The main point, however, is that even this somewhat far-reaching demand must be practical, i.e. attainable in the short term and within the framework of the existing social relations, because the American, whether capitalist or proletarian, is a repolitiker in the capitalist sense of the word. The Praktiker of the Middle Ages believed that they worked for eternity. They built their domes and castles, created their paintings and even produced their tools and materials as if they were to last forever. In the same way, they established their urban and political organizations believing that they would last eternally. Capitalism, which undergoes continual revolutions and which, in order to create new surplus value, continually depreciates all existing values, is only interested in the pro-T of the moment, because whatever does not produce an immediate pro-T can be rendered obsolete next year by a new invention. The Realpolitiker of capitalism therefore always aim at momentary results, and this mentality also infects the proletarian politician when he has not freed himself from bourgeois ideas and learned to think as a revolutionary, i.e., to have in view the vast and great future. For that reason, the American Realpolitiker of the proletariat also always limit themselves to practical demands. They easily become very enthusiastic about them, but if they are not attained quickly, they are just as easily given up. But such particular demands always end supporters among isolated bourgeois politicians because the irreconcilable opposition between capitalists and workers becomes evident not in the particular momentary demands of the proletariat but in its collective endeavor to expropriate the capitalist class. Isolated and momentary demands of the proletariat, such as the mitigation of unemployment, limitation of the power of the trusts, protective legislation for the workers, etc., will always end the support of many bourgeois politicians, even of those who are decidedly hostile to the revolutionary class struggle. Though this may look like a strengthening of the power of the proletariat by bourgeois elements, and therefore an indication of the merits of realpolitik, that is by no means the case. An isolated demand rarely interests the whole proletariat and unites all its forces. It also usually secures for the bourgeois elements who support it a pernicious influence over the proletariat because they are either impotent ideologists without influence, who awaken false illusions in the workers, dim their class consciousness and weaken their struggles without making any real contribution, or else mere demagogues who seek to win the support of the proletariat by means of promises in order to exploit its strength in their own interest. Thus, we see that the popular reform movements in the United States are only created around particular demands, often of the most fraudulent nature, for instance, the movements that promise to liberate the oppressed classes by issuing paper or silver money, the cheap money movement, or by reforming the school system, the single tax movement of Henry George. These movements developed from time to time very quickly and collapsed even more rapidly, and they have practically no other effect than to serve as springboards for some quacks and swindlers. It is precisely because all revolutionary romanticism was lacking, because it proceeded from the most insipid realpolitik, that the political activity of the working masses in the United States until now has been so unsteady in its intensity and direction and more than anywhere else in the world has been misled by demagogues and clowns. 7. Sombart on the American workers. A. The alcohol consumption of German and American workers. At this point Koski gives a critical analysis of Werner Sombart's comments concerning household expenditures and relative alcohol consumption in Germany and America. According to Sombart, German workers had greater disposable income than Americans after the purchase of necessities, but the entire difference, and more, between the free income of the American worker and that of the German is absorbed by expenditure on alcoholic drinks. Koski shows that despite repressive American attitudes, alcohol consumption was steadily increasing. B. Proletarian ministerialism. Sombart acquaints us with many other peculiarities of the American worker. He raises, for instance, the question of what benefits accrue to the proletariat when its struggles and growing might result in persuading the ruling parties to offer government posts to some of its leaders. It is well known that when Milrand 50 entered the bourgeois government of Waldeck-Rousseau, our revisionists were enraptured beyond measure and declared that this was the only way in which the proletariat could come to power, any striving to conquer the whole of political power being sterile and foolish revolutionary romanticism. The experience with the Milrand experiment has somewhat cooled down our revisionist statesmen, and when John Burns 51 recently got a ministerial post it was received with an embarrassed silence until the enfant terrible of German revisionism declared his enthusiasm for this triumph of the British proletariat. 52. The Prussian professor knows how to assess the value of this piecemeal method of conquering political power better than the social democratic member of the Reichstag, at least for America. Sombart writes about the case of the leading trade unionists, who are the workers' leaders and to whom a richer reward is held out if they swear loyalty to the ruling party. They will be given a well-paid job, perhaps as a factory inspector or even as an undersecretary of state, depending on the significance attached to the person to be provided for. The practice of rendering influential workers' leaders harmless by bestowing on them a lucrative post is a thoroughly established one, and for years it has been used with the greatest success by the ruling parties. We can follow this castration process among a whole series of the best-known leaders. At the moment the president of the American Federation of Labor Samuel Gompers, whose equivalent in Germany would be Karl Legion, is said to have been selected to succeed Carroll D. Wright as Commissioner of the Bureau of Labor, while John Mitchell, the victorious leader of the miners and thus roughly equivalent to Hermann Sachse or Otto Hue in Germany, is supposed to be receiving a post as Under-Secretary of State in Washington. It has been ascertained that in Massachusetts 13 workers' leaders have obtained political positions in this way within the space of a few years, while in Chicago 30 have done so. However, when influential leaders betray a really oppositional workers' movement in this way every time they have achieved power and esteem among their fellows, this means a direct gain for the major parties not only insofar as the person of the leader and the group of workers who trusted him are concerned. In a far wider sense, capitalism is strengthened indirectly, because a possible independent workers' party experiences a damaging loss when its leader is lured away by the bait of CE. In other words, on every occasion the major parties snatch the shares of the Socialist Party organizations from under the noses of the latter while they are still being formed. 53. One would assume that this is clearly grasped by anyone who has understood that there is a fundamental difference between social democracy and the large, that is to say, in America, the bourgeois parties. Only those who have forgotten the fundamental difference between social democracy and liberalism can be of the opinion that a trade union leader, or any other leader of the proletariat, can represent its interests from a post that he owes to the liberals. See the democratization of capital. A second illusion of socialist revisionism is that the workers can become partners of the capitalists through the acquisition of shares, and that this represents a democratization of capital. Sombart knows very well how this issue must be regarded. The capitalists seek to buy off the worker by granting him a share of their properties. The method of doing this is by offering stock on advantageous terms. In certain circumstances the capitalists thereby kill two birds with one stone. Firstly, they draw the worker into the hurly-burly of running the business and arouse in him the base instincts both of acquisitiveness and of morbid excitement in speculation, thus binding him into the system of production that they champion. Secondly, however, they dispose of their inferior stock, averting an impending fall in prices and perhaps at the same time enhancing the stock market momentarily in such a way as to secure extra pickings for themselves. 54. We wish every social democrat could see through the gross fraud of the democratization of capital as clearly as the liberal professor does. Sombart points out that, at least temporarily, the result of such a policy is that the worker becomes steeped in the capitalist mentality. 55. Decapitalist trade union policy. A third illusion of revisionism is the efficacy of the trade alliances, unions of workers' organizations and employers' organizations formed with the purpose of keeping up prices, in which both sides pledge mutual support for the organization. Just as in the possession of shares by the workers and the granting of state posts to workers' leaders, our revisionists see in the trade alliances a way of gradually undermining capitalism, of imperceptibly, indeed very imperceptibly, turning it into socialism without any of those detestable catastrophes. Sombart assesses these trade alliances very well. He says, "This politics of business, of the guild-like minded trade unions, NDS its purest expression in the combinations of the monopolistic trade union and the monopolistic employer in the so-called alliances, which are organizations aimed at the common exploitation of the public through the union of the employers and workers of a particular sector of the economy. One can describe these sorts of trade unions as capitalist and contrast them with the socialist trade unions. The former are carved from the same wood as capitalism itself and, in both their inclinations and their effects, they are directed to the maintenance and strengthening of the capitalist economic system, rather than to its overthrow. The politics of the socialist trade unions are also tailored to success in the present, but at the same time they do not lose sight of the proletarian class movement against capitalism." 56. As a rule, Sombart offers many sensible opinions about the trade union movement. Many trade union leaders seem to believe that the aim of the labor movement is not the abolition of private property in the means of production but rather the constitutional factory. Many hold this to be a transitional stage towards socialism and believe that they have largely reached it when the employer abandons his dictatorial attitude and deals with the workers as equals, regarding them not as servants but as sellers of commodities even if that commodity is their labor power. That the workers should strive to be treated by their employers not as slaves having no will of their own but as persons with equal rights is obvious. But they must not deceive themselves because the higher, more civilized form of intercourse with them changes the content of their exploitation very little if at all. Sombart discerned this fact very well. This stress on equality of rights, to which social and public life in the United States is geared, is even to be found inside capitalist businesses. Even here the employer does not confront the worker as the lord who demands obedience, which was and is the usual case in old Europe with its feudal traditions. From the beginning a purely business standpoint became the prevailing rule in the bargaining of wage agreements. There was no question of the worker having RST to engage in long con ICT with the employer for the equality between them to be formally recognized. The American woman was treated with great tenderness because she was scarce. Similarly, the employer took the trouble to behave towards the labor force, which was not originally available in the quantity he wanted, in a polite and accommodating manner that found strong support in the democratic atmosphere of the country. Today even English workers are still astonished at the respectful tone that employers and foremen in the United States adopt towards the worker, and they are astonished at the license given to the American worker even in his workplace. He is freed from what one may call vexatious supervision. They are surprised that he can take a day or two off, that he can go out to smoke a cigar, indeed, that he smokes while working, and that there is even an automatic cigar vending machine for his use in the factory. It is also characteristic of the American manufacturers that they fail to put into effect even the simplest protective measures in their plants, and that they are not in the least bit concerned that the setup of the place of work be good when objectively assessed. Quite frequently places of work are overcrowded and have similar decent size. On the other hand, they are most eager to provide anything that could be perceived subjectively by the worker as an amenity. In other words, they take care of comfort, bathtubs, showers, lockers, temperature control in the workrooms, which are cooled by fans in the summer and are preheated in the winter. These are certainly all trivialities, but the saying that small gifts preserve friendship is applicable even here. Later I shall try to show that, when the matter is considered objectively, the worker in the United States is more exploited by capitalism than in any other country in the world, that in no other country is he so lacerated in the harness of capitalism or has to work himself so quickly to death as in America. However, this is irrelevant if one is engaged in explaining what working class sentiments consist of. To account for their character, all that is important is what individuals perceive as being pleasure or pain and what they assess as being valuable or worthless. It is one of the most brilliant feats of diplomatic RDCE that the American employer, in just the same manner as the business-oriented politician, has realized how to keep the worker in a good mood despite all actual exploitation, and that the latter is a long way from achieving consciousness of his real position. 57. Some people could object that, if equality of rights and political freedom have such a deleterious effect on the class consciousness and the class struggle of the American proletariat, while the lack of such conditions in Europe, especially in Eastern Europe, gives greater impetus to the proletarian class struggle, it is absurd to demand equality of rights and political freedom and to make so many sacrifices on their behalf. Not at all. Without equality of rights and political freedom the proletariat cannot develop its whole strength. The worker needs them as he needs air and light, they are vital elements for him. But their effects are different where the workers found them from the beginning as self-evident rights, about which they did not have to worry, as distinct from the case where the proletariat itself had to GHT for them. Just as the striving after the truth is much more valuable than the effortless possession of a truth discovered by others, so the struggle for freedom is much more uplifting than the passive possession of a freedom that others have won before. Last but not least, owing to the possession of these rights inherited from their fathers, the American workers were until now weaker as a class than the European workers, though only because each one of them was stronger as a citizen. And they possessed not only political freedom, not only social equality of rights, no, in addition the most important means of production, the land, had not become the monopoly of one class but stood at everyone's disposal. Why then become a socialist, why struggle for a distant future, if a very considerable part of the socialist aims had become a reality in America, or rather remained a reality until quite recently? All the causes that have until now prevented the American worker from becoming as conscious of his class opposition to capital and as conscious of his class solidarity as the European proletarians are now disappearing. Sombart therefore closes his studies on the historical development of the North American proletariat with the promise to show in a forthcoming book how all the factors that till now have prevented the development of socialism in the United States are about to disappear or to be converted into their opposite, with the result that in the next generation socialism in America will very probably experience the greatest possible expansion of its appeal. 58. I do not know whether this means that our liberal professor, liberal, that is, with regard to contemporary Germany, has the intention of embracing socialism for America and for the future generations, and whether he will also reject for Germany the revisionist illusions whose futility in America he has recognized so well. In any case, we will look forward to that book with expectation. But we do not have to wait for it in order to recognize that the preconditions for socialism are developing rapidly in America and that we can assist their blossoming not only among future generations but perhaps within a few years. The last census has published some data on this point, which we would like to examine in our next section. 8. The pauperization of the American worker. A. The decline of petty bourgeois agriculture. When the revisionists set out either to refute or develop Marxist theory, i.e., to break its backbone in order to make it submissive, it was the demand for the conquest of power by the proletariat and the theory of the constant intensification of class antagonisms that made them especially angry. In order to refute them, the revisionists gave them an absurd form, arguing that the demand for the conquest of political power resulted from speculation about catastrophes, which in turn was supposedly based on a special theory of catastrophes, and that the theory of the necessary sharpening of class contradictions was derived from a theory of the pauperization of the workers. As if Marx had expected that the strength of the proletariat to remodel the social organism would grow out of its increasing degeneration. 59. The Russian Revolution of 1905 and the especially strong sharpening of class struggles in the whole of Europe during the last few years have meanwhile condemned the criticism of the so-called theory of catastrophes Zusammenbruchs theory, if not to complete silence at least to complete meaninglessness. But economic development had even before reduced ad absurdum the criticism of the pauperization theory, i.e., the theory of the sharpening of class contradictions between capital and labor. The American conditions provide new materials on these issues because there the development has been especially rapid in recent decades, making its tendencies clearly visible. They show that the golden age for the American worker within the capitalist mode of production lies not before but behind him, that his social position in relation to capital, and that is the decisive thing, has worsened continuously. The main cause of the superiority in the situation of the American worker vis-a-vis the European worker was the fact that the decisive means of production, the land, was not the exclusive monopoly of a caste of landowners but was accessible to everybody. However, the American worker has increasingly lost that superiority. In his article on the United States in Die Neue Zeit, 60 Comrade Simons has already alluded to the remarkable fact that the agricultural population of the state of Iowa is decreasing. This indication was complemented by a note that appeared in the German press in the last week. It reads: "The reason is, rst of all, to be found in the rapid growth in farmland prices. In Iowa, where cattle breeding and dairy farming are preeminent, the preservation of the old family property is becoming more and more impossible, and farming is being carried out more and more by capitalist farmers. The traditional farmers must therefore either emigrate to neighboring Canada or to the south or northwest, where land is even cheaper. These developments were not completely unexpected. In relative terms, the agricultural population of the United States has been declining for a long time. Despite the abundant free land available, the number of farmers is not increasing as quickly as the number of people employed in other occupations. From 1880 to 1900, the number of gainfully employed people in agriculture grew indeed from 7,713,875 to 10,381,765, but it diminished in relative terms from 44.3% in 1880 to 35.7% in 1900. In the North Atlantic states, the reduction in the number of gainfully employed people in agriculture is not only relative, but also absolute. but even in two of the real wheat states Ohio and Indiana a reduction of the agricultural population began to take place in 1890, while in the others the increase is minimal. Why this peculiar phenomenon in regions so scarcely populated? I intend to deal with this question in more detail as soon as I have additional data at my disposal. For the time being, it is enough to say that this decline must be ascribed to the exhaustion of the soil. This does not mean that there is not enough land available in the United States, but that there is no more fertile, uncultivated, and well-situated land available, able to supply abundant yields with the extensive and super-shale agricultural methods employed till now. A new, more intensive sort of cultivation has to be introduced, but it requires money and capital, i.e., things unavailable to propertyless people. The poor farmers fall into debt and either go bankrupt or have to bear such a burden of labor that the more mobile members of the young generation whenever possible from agriculture and turn to industry or commerce. The migration from the countryside to the towns has also begun in America. That does not prove the decline of its agriculture but its transition to capitalist management. It will become a business carried on with capital and exploited by capitalists, and it will cease to be the great escape valve through which the discontent and desperation of large layers of the American proletariat was diverted. b. The decline of wages. While the proletariat became less and less capable of working in agriculture, which entered increasingly into its capitalist stage, industry and commerce, which were already capitalistically managed, are more and more entering the stage of private monopoly, of the trusts. With the trust system, however, arises a capitalist feudalism that gives to a few families absolute dominion over the whole capitalist economy and oppresses more and more even the small capitalists, making completely hopeless any aspiration to rise above the proletariat into the ranks of the bourgeoisie. At the same time, these developments make the situation of the proletariat progressively more oppressive. That was clearly shown by an interesting work of the Washington Commissioner of Labor, who surely did not give an exaggeratedly negative view of the situation in a bulletin of July 1905. It contains a detailed analysis of wages and working hours in industry from 1890 to 1904, as well as of the average foodstuff prices in retail trade during that period. 61. This report clearly shows a decline of real wages due to rising prices. The evolution of wages, however, is very dissimilar in different occupations. Next to a few privileged strata of workers, who obtained very considerable rises in wages, there are many others whose rise in money wages fell behind the average, and even others who experienced an absolute fall in money wages. 62. It is clear that the purchasing power of wages must have fallen in a whole series of occupations that did not experience any similar rise in money wages, and that, especially since 1896, a decided pauperization, i.e., a considerable absolute worsening in the standard of living, must have taken place where money wages remained stable or even declined. See child and female labor. Clear evidence of the increasing deterioration in the situation of broad strata of the American population is provided by the increase in the number of child and female laborers. The number of gainfully employed children in the 10 to 15-year-old age group represented in 1880 16.8%, and in 1900, 18.2%. Female labor is also growing alongside child labor, and not as a result of the women striving for independence. In America, because of immigration, which brings in more men than women, the latter have always been a minority. In 1900, there were in the United States 39 million men and 37 million women. Like the wage laborers, women in the United States had a scarcity value that gave them a higher position than in Europe. And, just as people employed in America as many machines as possible in order to make wage laborers unnecessary, they also tried to organize their households so as to employ the smallest possible amount of labor power. Women were in that way relieved from many household duties, but, thanks to their privileged position and the usually good income of men, they did not need to spend their greater leisure time working outside their homes. American women were not emancipated through the independence that their occupations granted them. Nowhere is the woman treated more like a dame, like a luxury, than in the United States. Sering, for instance, gives the following account of the women of the American farmers. In her dress and behavior, the farmer's woman looks like a perfect lady, 63, and in no way differs from the urban ladies. The farmer's daughters usually receive in college a higher education than the sons, who must pursue a money-making occupation earlier. It is rare to find an American woman working on the fields, and in those cases one can almost always be sure that the woman belongs to a family of immigrant farmers. 64. With such views, the force of necessity must be especially strong before a woman decides to turn to wage labor. Even today, wage labor is much less common among the women of the native white population than among the foreign-born whites and the blacks. In general, 18.8% of the gainfully employed persons in 1900 were women. But this percentage falls in the case of the native white population to 13%, while it rises to 21.7% among second-generation white Americans, to 19.1% among immigrants, and to 40% among colored people. Nevertheless, that 13% already represents a considerable increase of female labor among the native whites, who in 1890 constituted only 11% of the gainfully employed persons. 65. D. Unemployment. Next to the evolution of the purchasing power of wages and of child and female labor, there is a third criterion to measure the increase or diminution in the social misery of the working class: unemployment. The last American census offers valuable data on this issue as well. It shows that 66. More than half of the entire number of gainfully employed people, in industry, the liberal professions and domestic service, more than a quarter, were unemployed between 1899 and 1900. And unemployment is clearly growing quickly. The immigrants were the group most badly hit. The situation of the unlucky Russians was in every respect the worst. 67. We gladly concede that the data are incomplete. But, to the extent that they show anything, they reveal a growth and intensification of unemployment, and with complete certainty they show an unheard of extent of unemployment precisely in 1900, which was a year of prosperity in America. Taken together with the unemployment, the data showing a decline in the purchasing power of wages since 1896 reveal an even worse picture. The statistics on wages give the weekly income of the workers, calculated in hourly wages. The decisive question for the well-being of the worker, however, is not his weekly but his yearly income, and that will evidently be lower, his weekly wages remaining the same, the greater the number of weeks in the year that he must spend without work and without wages. In view of all these grs, we have the right to speak about a very considerable decline in the prosperity of the American worker since 1896. His money wages have declined, while at the same time the purchasing power of money has diminished. 9. The rise of capital. The decline of the American worker described here took place in a decade of colossal economic growth, of really dazzling prosperity, which witnessed an enormous advance of the capitalist class and a massive accumulation of capital. In heavy industry alone, the value of the invested capital grew during this period from $6,524 million to about $9,857 million, a growth of about $3,333 million, i.e. 14 billion marks. And this accumulation was not achieved through anxious thriftiness and Puritan simplicity of lifestyle. The growth of capital rather went hand in hand with a mad drive to spend money, which surpassed everything concocted up to now by the great European exploiters in centuries of idle enjoyment and extravagant waste. On this issue we can also refer to Sombart. It may be said indisputably, that the absolute contrasts between poor and rich are nowhere in the world anything like as great as they are in the United States. Above all, this is because the rich over there are so very much richer than the same group in Germany. In America there are certainly more people who own 1 billion marks than there are people owning 100 million marks in Germany. Anyone who has ever been in Newport, the Bay of New York, will have picked up the impression that in America having a million is commonplace. There is certainly no other place in the world where the princely palace of the very grandest style is so obviously the standard place of residence, while anyone who has wandered once through Tiffany's department store in New York will always sense something akin to the odor of poverty in even the most splendid luxury business of large European cities. Because Tiffany's also has branches in Paris and London, it can serve excellently for drawing comparisons between the extravagance and therefore the wealth of the top 400 families in the three countries concerned. The managers of the New York head of CE told me that most of the merchandise they offer for sale in New York comes from Europe, where it is made especially for Tiffany's of New York. However, it is completely out of the question that a store in Europe, even Tiffany's own branches in Paris and London, would stock merchandise at prices such as it would fetch in New York. Only in New York are the dearest items said to be brought in for the woman shopper. 68. So, fabulous wastefulness goes hand in hand with fabulous accumulation in a country whose bourgeoisie, both economically and ideologically, left the stage of severe Puritanism only a few decades ago. What an enormous growth of exploitation, in both extension and intensity, this sudden transformation implies. On the one hand, a gigantic growth of wealth, on the other hand, a no less gigantic growth of poverty. Truly, the revisionist dogma about the gradual weakening of class contradictions has nowhere been more clearly reduced ad absurdum, and the doctrines of our Erfurt program, which our revisionists wanted to throw onto the scrap heap, have nowhere been more clearly illustrated than in the Great Republic on the other side of the ocean. 69. Trade unions and socialism. Nowhere were the conditions more fully developed, under which our revisionists think the economic progress of the working class within the capitalist mode of production would have been guaranteed, than in the United States. Complete democracy, the greatest freedom of organization and freedom of the press, and a high social equality of rights. 70. Though the reserve of free land has shrunk, it has not yet been completely exhausted. And, on top of that, came also a strong development of the trade unions. We have seen that the deterioration in the living standards of the working class dates from 1896. Precisely since that year there has been a rapid growth of the trade union organizations. The most important among them, the American Federation of Labor, to which most of the trade unions belong, had 272,315 members in 1896 and 1,672,200 members in 1904. Since then, union membership has decreased a little. In 1905 it was only 1,513,200, a decrease of almost 10% from the previous year. Many of my good friends will surely distort my statements in order to make them appear as if I had declared that the trade unions are useless or even responsible for the deterioration in the situation of the workers. Of course, that is not my opinion. But the development showed that a force must have appeared that is able to paralyze the effects of a trade union movement begun with so much energy. And one did not need to search much in order to end that force. It is the trusts, whose rise in the United States began simultaneously with the above-mentioned strengthening of the trade unions, but whose power has grown even more rapidly than the power of the unions in the United States. They are the force that directly or indirectly drove up the prices of all products while they hindered the corresponding rise in wages and sometimes even reduced them absolutely. The trade unions have not lost their significance for that reason. On the contrary, they have become an absolute necessity for the working class, but they have ceased to be an instrument able by itself to drive back capital, to diminish its exploitation, to undermine its power. These illusions can no longer be maintained. When the employers' combinations are well developed, the working class as a whole cannot get any further through the trade unions alone. To be sure, without the unions the working class would not only fail to make headway but would be driven back. It would have rapidly lost all its conquests and sunk into hopeless, absolute pauperization. If the employers' combinations more and more took away from the trade unions the capacity to drive back capital, they also made them indispensable for the proletariat in order to avoid being completely crushed by capital. If the isolated worker is already at a strong disadvantage vis-à-vis the individual capitalist, he would have sunk into hopeless slavery vis-a-vis the employer's combinations from which only the unions can protect him. But the trade unions have not only become indispensable for preserving the position that the worker has already conquered, in present American conditions they can also become important means for constructing a great workers' party with socialist aims. 71. It is clear that the American workers must, in the above described circumstances, become more and more accessible to socialist ideas. True, socialist propaganda in the United States will indeed difficult obstacles in its way. We have already indicated some of them, such as the large number of immigrants in the American proletariat, who not only hardly understand each other but have grown up under political and social conditions that differ completely from those of their new country, so that they indeed their way to the tactics demanded by the special American conditions only with great difficulty, and this difficulty increases the more those immigrants had already been politically active in their country of origin, and acquired over their rules of political praxis. Besides, the complete lack of revolutionary romanticism, in the theoretical sense, makes the average American in many respects quite crippled in terms of socialist propaganda and action and opens a wide field of activity for quacks and swindlers. But, on the other hand, economic development nowhere proceeds more rapidly than in America, and the capitalist class is nowhere so little hindered by intermediate strata and traditions from developing all its exploitative tendencies. Nowhere are class contradictions sharpening more rapidly than in America. The masses will be forced to rebel against capitalist tyranny in the United States more than anywhere else. Even if this rebellion still temporarily assumes quite peculiar forms, even if it brings to the fore all sorts of demagogues, even if the growth of the Social Democratic Party is still temporarily slow and interrupted by momentary reverses, the American proletariat, like the European proletariat, must now come to the conclusion that only the realization of the social democratic program, only the expropriation of the expropriators, can free them from their yoke that weighs upon them ever more oppressively. Whoever ponders upon the facts presented above must reach with us the conclusion that within a generation we must also necessarily expect a flourishing of socialism in America, indeed, even considerably earlier. In America, everything happens more rapidly and more forcefully than in Europe. If Russia has shown us, as we expected, the RST example of a proletariat constituting the most powerful driving force in the political revolution of a whole country, perhaps America will show us, even before Europe, the example of a proletariat conquering political and economic power from the capitalist class in order to establish a socialist society.